Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our regular meeting for Monday, July 13th. I'm going to call the meeting to order now and invite everyone to rise for O Canada. Now I'm going to invite Deputy Mayor Keaveney to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now I just invite you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Looking around the horseshoe, I see none, but should it occur to you, please bring it up when that time comes. Announcements. Deputy Mayor, we can usually count on you to bring it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I try to keep up with what's happening in the community, and there's always lots going on in Meaford. So just a couple of things today. On behalf of Bogner Hall, they are hosting coffee houses now, and I think I mentioned this when they first began, but they've become so successful already, averaging 36 attendees. They have poets and musicians, storytellers, stand-up comedians, you name it. The next event is Sunday, July the 19th from 2 until 4 o'clock at the Bogner Community Center. And the event is by donation, so just come and pay what you can. They do keep the bar open, and this will be a recurring event every month. So it's a great time had by all. Secondly, on the 15th of July, coming up this week, is the annual Pork Chop Barbecue out in Bogner. So just keep that in mind as well. And that's beginning at 5 o'clock. And on the 17th is the Rotary Annual Fish Fry right down at the Russ Bumpstead Rotary Pavilion. Tickets are $30 and available at Grandma Lamb's or from any Rotarian. There's two of us in the room, past President Bill and myself. And the menu is pickerel, baked potatoes, coleslaw, all the fixings, and pies from Grandma Lamb's for desserts. The bar is open there as well, and do come out and help Rotary support the community. All the funds that we raise go right back into projects right here in the municipality of Meaford, and some international projects as well. But come on out and enjoy the fish fry on the 17th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you very much. We have the Great Lakes Métis Fish Fry being held by the council that's based out of Bowen Sound on Saturday, July the 20th. I've been every year for the past couple of years. The fish is highly recommended. It's excellent. The day after the Rotary Fish Fry. Lunch starts at 12 and tickets are $20 per person or $60 for a family.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I don't have another fish fry. MIF is its 20th anniversary, and so as I've said before, TIFF to MIF is a series that's running throughout the lead up to MIF in September. And this evening is the third of 4 films that are being shown in that 20th anniversary slot. It's called Holy Days, and it shows at 7 p.m. tonight at Meaford Hall, and tickets are only $20. So we would appreciate anybody coming out to support TIFF to MIF, and you can find more information at meafordculture.ca.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Yes, I have a couple items to mention. They both pertain to the historic Leith Church. I'm sure everyone knows where that is located. Saturday evening, July 18th at 7 p.m. A group entertaining, they're called the Seventh Town. They're a Celtic folk band from your PEI. They include pipes and drums, and the performance will be outside unless weather insists that it should go inside. And then on Saturday, July 25th at 7:30, also at the Leith Church. And this is one I think everybody should be interested in taking in. It's the Maple Reserve Barbershop Quartet. How exciting is that? Tickets are available through the Roxy Theatre ticket office in Owen Sound. Thank you.
Excellent. Anyone else on our side of the horseshoe? Anyone on the other side have something to offer? Yes, Director Carbert.
Thank you, Your Worship. This will be posted online and through the municipal website this week, but also on site. The Georgian Trail will be closed between Swarthmore Drive and Christie Beach Road on Thursday and Friday in order for engineering work to be completed on structure 129. They'll have a large drilling rig in there, so we can't accommodate both pedestrian, bikes, and the drilling rig. So the trail will be closed, and unfortunately, there is no alternative route around this trail section. So if all goes well, it'll be finalized Friday night, and everything will be returned to normal on Saturday morning again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I have a very pleasant duty myself at this point in time, and I'm just going to read this tribute, and then I'm going to go down there and meet this young lady. This is to Doris Rose. Dear Doris, on behalf of the Council of the Municipality of Meaford, it is our great pleasure to extend our sincere congratulations to you on your selection for the Herbert Smith Freehills Kramer Portrait Award 2026 at the National Portrait Gallery in London, England. This remarkable honor reflects your extraordinary talent, dedication to your craft, and the international impact of your artistic practice. To be chosen for one of the world's leading exhibitions of contemporary portrait painting is an exceptional achievement and one that brings great pride to the municipality of Meaford. Your selected work, Stripes, is a powerful example of the creativity, technical skill, and personal insight that defines your practice. We also recognize the meaningful role you play in our local arts community through your studio work here in Meaford and your efforts to make art education more accessible. Your success on an international stage is an inspiration to artists and residents alike, and a reminder that creative excellence can flourish in communities of every size. Please accept our heartfelt congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. We wish you continued success as the exhibition opens in London and tours across the United Kingdom. Yours sincerely, and it's signed by myself as Mayor, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and every member of this council. Now we move on to public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or to ask a public question are encouraged to register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of. And you can do that by contacting Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060 extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. The public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. We have no presentations today, but we do have some deputations. And first, I'm going to call Gina Jaworski, who is speaking tonight, item 9(1)A, which is consideration of sale and disposition of municipal properties. Someone turn Gina's microphone there.
Okay. Okay,
I
is
don't,
that all right?
I don't see, is her microphone on? Good, okay, fine. Just go right ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of council and staff. My name's Gina Juniper Jaworski, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the proposed disposal of the Aiken Street Road allowance. I'm here as the owner of the adjoining property, but also as someone whose family has been connected to this land for generations. In 1969, my father severed these properties and registered them with the town. I have the original survey certificate available, which shows the lots as they were created with the road allowance intended to provide future access. These lots remain legally registered today. However, they cannot be developed because the road identified on the survey has never been provided. There are 2 lots that are legally registered behind 244 Aiken Street. A road allowance is a public asset. Once it's sold, it may be impossible to recover if future community needs to change. This neighborhood continues to grow. There's a large vacant property across from our home that may one day be developed. Memorial Park is located at one end of Aiken Street. The old high school is located at the other. And the street already experiences significant pedestrian and vehicle traffic. There is also an existing stop sign intersection at this location, which demonstrates that the road allowance was considered part of the future road network. Before removing this opportunity, I believe council should carefully consider whether this connection may be needed in the future for traffic flow, emergency access, pedestrian safety, or municipal servicing. Looking ahead, a new school is planned for the former track property, and the future use of the old high school has yet to be determined. While access from Aiken Street to the former high school property has been closed, future changes to the area may result in increased traffic being directed onto Richmond Street and then back through Eliza Street to access alternate exits. If Aiken Street becomes congested during school-related traffic times, maintaining future road options may be an important consideration. Disposing of this road allowance could limit future solutions and may contribute to further traffic pressures on surrounding streets. Concerns that council has already heard from residents when you had your past meetings regarding whatever's happening at the old high school. I also asked council to consider the history of this property. A previous council considered disposing of the same road allowance and ultimately chose to retain it. I respectfully ask what has changed since that decision. I also question why only one part of the portion of the road allowance is being considered for disposal, while the section fronting Eliza Street is not. I need to understand the reason for this distinction, and I believe it's important before making any irreversible decision regarding public land. While my concerns are about the future of the community, I also need to acknowledge that this decision would have a direct negative impact on my property. The 2 registered lots created in 1969 were established with the understanding that the road allowance would provide future access. Removing that possibly affects the future use, value, and development potential of my property. Finally, I was never formally informed that this proposal would be coming before council. I became aware of it only by reviewing the council agenda myself. I believe decisions involving public land should include meaningful consultation with those most directly affected. For those reasons, I respectfully ask council to postpone any decision to dispose of this road allowance until its historical purpose, future municipal needs, access considerations, and long-term planning implications have been fully reviewed. I believe good planning requires us to think beyond today's need. Once this land is sold, the opportunity to use it for the benefit of future generations may be gone forever. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Is any councillor have a question for the speaker? And I'm just going to ask CAO Everett, did you wish to respond at all at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to response, the report laid out what the process was in regards to reaching out. Once council approves that report, there will be correspondence going out to the adjacent landowners to understand if there are any concerns. There have been some communications in this regard. And at this point, council's not disposing of the land as yet.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Jean Birch, and she is also speaking to item 91A.
I live in the same vicinity as Gina does. And of course, I've been taking care of a piece of property that abuts the land, the road allowance for a number of years. At one time my husband and I did ask to buy it, and we were informed it had been made part of the road allowance. So at any time in the future that you want to sell the road allowance, I think I should be given consideration to buy the piece of property adjoining it. It's not big enough for a building lot. Also, I would like to ask, is there any way that you can open up the back road of the cemetery? I think you need to for emergency reasons because of the amount of people that live down my way. And we don't have a great deal of roads down there to get out if there was ever an emergency. And I'd like to, I have asked Shirley about it before on occasion. So I'd really like to know something about that.
I see staff making some notes, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Third speaker is Patrick McDonough, also speaking to 91A.
Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor, councillors, staff. I'm speaking specifically to the inclusion of Kingston Beach Road Plan Block A to B on the list of properties recommended for sale and disposal. I am owner and resident at Lot 17, Plan 731 at Kingston Beach. That's otherwise known as 113 Kingston Beach. My understanding and belief is that a pre-existing easement, which exists from May 1986 for Block A and the Shore Road Allowance for the purpose of obtaining water from the wellhead located on Block A, would preclude the inclusion of this piece of property in the municipality's plan for disposal. That easement was granted by Sydenham Township Council to my father and passed to me when I purchased the family home. Indeed, that well on Block A supplies water to other users in the subdivision. A total of 3 others to my knowledge. It's not clear to me in what I've been able to read that municipal staff were aware of this infrastructure on the Block A property or the 40-year-old legal easement for the shore well and water lines. And in my opinion, that would preclude its inclusion in as a property for disposal. I would ask whether or not that was considered in staff's decision to include it in the package of properties to be disposed of.
I think that perhaps CAO Everett can respond to that now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned in the last, my previous response, going through this process will allow us to have that communication with residents. I'm sure over the years, there are a number of different easements that have been put in place. I was not aware of this situation. However, this is why the process works. We basically get information from residents. And again, I want to stress, council has not disposed of these lands. This is the early stages of consideration of disposal of lands.
Thank you. And we have a final speaker, Darcy Chapman. If you would come forward, I think you're quite familiar with our facilities here. Welcome back.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. So yeah, I'm here for the same agenda item. I'd first like to start by saying that I recognize that council passed a budget this year that included $1.5 million in revenue for land sales. So if you don't find land to sell, you're going to have an operating budget deficit. So I know that this is why this is a big deal. I certainly question why the $1.5 million was included in the operating budget, because by the looks of the 94 properties that were provided to council, many of them can't be sold. So where we're going to come up with $1.5 million every year going forward is certainly a question. Some of the properties I have no problem with, but there are 5 that I take great exception to. Kingston Beach, Sunset Beach, and Queens Bush. All 3 of those properties were reviewed 8-9 years ago. I question whether staff actually went and did any kind of a site tour. I've actually walked all 3 of those properties. There were a number of staff that came to those meetings. There were actually members of council that came to those on-site meetings as well. Those properties, to the best of my knowledge, do have encumbrances on them. They either have deemed access for backlots, or they do have things like wells, like the gentleman just noted. More importantly, having waterfront lots that the municipality owns is not something that we should sell. It is a massive asset. These things should be kept for public use. They should actually be improved upon. We should be looking at creating small parkettes with a handful of parking spaces and actually providing access to the waterfront for more locations. We already know that the locations that we have do get overwhelmed. So something very simple like a Leith Beach idea would be perfect at these locations. It would actually mean maybe that we could, put something out there to the public that they can go and access these locations. It would get the people to actually go and drive around the municipality and see different areas of the municipality. So I don't think these 3 properties should be sold at all. They actually need to be kept in the public trust, and they should be improved upon. The other 2 are Ridge Road and Susan Street. Council over the last 12 to 18 months has put in significant investment into industrial and commercial lands. You're now looking at making a decision to sell industrial lands, and I don't understand why. These are fully serviced industrial lots. They take no investment of public money, whereas the property that you've recently just purchased is going to take millions and millions of dollars to put underground infrastructure and roads onto them. These properties are available. If they're already usable or can be used, council should be going through the process with planning staff, legal, engineers, whoever the case may be, to actually make sure that these things are available for use and that they can be easily marketed, whereas the land that you've just bought right now will need significant investment in multiple years to even get close to being actually market ready. So, I mean, the question that I had, this came up at the last meeting. Councillor Bell was the only one who mentioned anything at the meeting. He said, that these are the kinds of discussions that happen in closed session. He was very comfortable with the decisions that were made based on the conversation that happened with staff. The rest of the council stayed mum. I know you weren't at that meeting, but the rest of the members of council that were here didn't speak to it. So we don't actually know what was talked about in the closed session, and the rest of the members of council didn't voice their opinion as to why they thought that this was a good idea or a bad idea. So it lends to my question about transparency, to the point that on this exact agenda, you also have a report coming forward to talk and take a look at the tiny homes situation on those two properties that I just mentioned on Ridge Road and Susan Street. It seems fairly presumptive to me that the CAO mentioned at the last meeting that there's a 120-meter radius around each property. The property owners need to be advised of the potential for the disposition. Yet at this meeting, you have a report from staff coming forward to start the process of a request for information for tiny homes on those locations. I think your cart is many miles ahead of the horse on this one already. Another property that was not discussed was property number 24 from the council package, which is the Collingwood West and Parker Street property. It is a piece of property that is used, I know, for the fall fair, but generally primarily just for parking. It's a 1-2 day event, and that's the only time that the property gets used for. It's in close proximity to other high residential areas, walkability to the arena, to the curling club, much closer to the downtown. I don't understand why that property wasn't looked at for a tiny homes type of development versus properties that are already zoned industrial and are already serviced.
Thank you for your input, Darcy. I didn't hear a question. You've raised many issues, and I'm sure they will be dealt with by council, so thank you. Did anyone wish to ask a public question? We've just gone, on our agenda today is a review of our protocols, and we're going to rename public questions public input, so that people don't have to go to the trouble of framing a question, because usually that results in a speech. So anyway, I just want to make people aware of that change may be approved today, and in the meantime, there will be an opportunity for people to ask a question in our public meetings. I'm going to move on to council inquiries. Any inquiries from council today? I see none. So at this point, I'm going to move to item 9, motions and bylaws for decision, and there are 9 matters on our consent agenda today. Items in this list have been before Committee of the Whole for discussion. Council may choose to pass these items and/or bylaws with one motion. A member may also request an item or items be pulled for separate consideration. Item A is consideration of sale and disposition of municipal properties. Item B, a commercial business occupying municipal land. Item C is a special event licensing agreement with the Meaford Chamber of Commerce. Item D is 2025 non-budgeted year-end transfers. Item E is the 2025 year-end surplus. Item F is to declare land surplus and transfer ownership of Georgian Beach Lane. Item G is an addendum to the inaugural meeting of the 2026 through 2030 term of council. Item H is to finalize the procedural bylaw review, and item I is to pass the new procedural bylaw. Does any councillor wish to pull any of these items for further discussion today? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item A.
Okay, thank you. Any other? In that case, we can take item A out, and can I have a motion to approve everything in item 9.1 with the exception of A? Deputy Mayor, a seconder, Councillor Yurrig. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? So that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And at County Council, we usually come back to the item that was pulled at the end of the day, but I don't know as we have to be guided by County Council in this, so I'll defer to the clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this point, we would return to 9.1A
Perfect.
and complete the consent agenda discussion.
So can I have a motion to put it on the floor? Councillor Bell, and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield. So go ahead and we'll discuss this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it is absolutely correct that when this came up, I did say that I felt very comfortable with what council had received from information from staff pulling together a report without disclosing anything truly out of a closed session. Since the general public can obviously read the list of properties, they were absolutely the properties that council looked at to tell the general public. Council received maps about what those properties were, how big those properties were, listed in hectares, which I converted over to acres, being a little bit old school. Took a look at all of those properties that staff had analyzed and looked at for development or not for development. But to be absolutely clear, as our CAO had said to one of the questions, there was nothing specifically on any one of those properties that would have said anything like, oh, on this property, you know, there's a little garden shed located in the corner. We didn't read about any little garden sheds. We didn't read about whether or not there was a well that was located on there for anybody close by, put in from a historical point of view. We didn't get anything like, say, from Sydenham, St. Vincent councils or the town of Meaford former councils. What was presented was exactly what's before us today. A series of properties which, when staff had analyzed the size of them, where they're located, council got a look at that big package. We took a look at it, and I am very happy to hear that even if council says this afternoon that we will proceed on doing something here, I take it then each and every one of these will be sent out so that at a council, if there is something that's going on specifically at those properties, this council can make a decision to say, we will not do that particular item for a very specific reason, but that's not this afternoon. Is that clear?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bell, that's absolutely clear. There is no decision to sell, dispose of at this point. It was just clearly identifying potential properties that could be considered in the future.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as follow-up to Councillor Bell's comments, I just wanted to first of all thank the residents that have joined us today and have shared information with us, because we're learning as well the specifics about these pieces of property. And I appreciate that the CAO is sharing more about the process of how this will go forward. So my question, I think, for staff in the matter is, if we find out issues about any of these particular properties, is there an opportunity to go back and review the land inventory and to look perhaps at other pieces, because we acknowledge that we did put a number in the budget, being fairly comfortable that we could potentially dispose of some of these pieces of land in 2026.
Through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, absolutely. I think, you know, from a process perspective, before the municipality can actually consider disposing lands need to be declared surplus to the municipal needs. So we're in the early stages. Council has every opportunity, even if you were to declare it surplus, and then afterwards you decided not to sell, that's council's prerogative. Council has a land disposition policy that identifies the process to go through to potentially dispose of properties. So it's very, very clear. But I think the public having the information that, you know, even if something was declared surplus does not force the hand of council to dispose of it. This is the question in regards to, are there other lands? I think the report identified that this is phase one of the process. Throughout the entire municipality, there is a number of opened and unopened road allowances. And I say open road allowances could just because they could be considered open. They're not, you can't use them, but they've never been closed. There's a number of road allowances that this next phase in 2027 will consider going through a similar process to identify, are there any road allowances that, you know, make sense for the municipality to dispose of. An open road allowance is typically 66 feet wide, so they would be building lots. But again, and I'm very aware and I really appreciate the comments raised by the public. One thing that doesn't get made any more of is land. So staff is taking that very, very seriously. I will say that the municipality will benefit from an actual strategic review of the inventory to then determine whether or not something makes sense to sell. The last thing staff wants is knee-jerk recommendations. That put us in positions where, you know, we sell something and, you know, 5, 6, 7 years later, you look and think, why would we ever have sold that? So the intention of this is to be very, very strategic, and if there is land that is available to sell, then those are the recommendations that staff would be coming forward with, but ultimately it's a council's decision.
If there are no further comments on that, we should vote on the item before us. And I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. And that takes care of the first item on the consent agenda. Did we vote on all the others? We did. Right. Then that's good. We also have 2 new items for consideration today. The recommendation for 9(2)A is be it resolved that bylaw 2026-55, being a bylaw to delegate certain duties respecting the implementation of the administrative penalty system to the Director of Legislative Services by amending bylaw 40-2014 to add Schedule D, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Can I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Go ahead, Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification with regards to something on this. I have no problem with the delegated authority. However, with regards to delegating the setting of things like penalty amounts, I just don't really see any kind of guardrails or anything like that where it completely removes council from this. So I just wanted to know, do we consider setting the penalty amounts for this bylaw to be an administrative function or more of a policy function? Because my concern would be if there's any changes to the penalties and we don't find out about it till we get our reports, there could be major changes in penalties that could be in place for several months without council not even being aware of any of these changes. So I'm just curious to know, how do we ensure that for council, we are implementing the right guardrails to make sure that there is the proper level of administrative function, but also the policy control that is ultimately council's responsibility? Just looking for some comment on that, please.
I'm going to go to clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Forder. Holly is not able to be here today, so I will try my best to explain. Initially, what my first comment would be is actually the legislation provides those guardrails because the penalties can't be considered punitive and are really restricted by what's reasonable and required to promote compliance. And so our intention, should council move forward with the delegated authority in this area, would be to set penalties that are comparable to our neighbors who have done the benchmarking, and that would be our process. Certainly, these would be transparent penalties that would be put up on the website as part of the final bylaw that's posted. And so there's a transparency component to that. All members of the public should be able to see the penalties in this area. So I don't know if that offers too short of an explanation, but I think both the legislation and the transparency piece really help to ensure everything is in line with what's required and reasonable in that respect.
Anyone else wish to speak? And I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve heritage permit application heritage-01-2026 on 36 Sykes Street South via Kalski with the following conditions. One, that the final materials and colors to be to the satisfaction of planning staff. Two, that the brick facade be conserved and retained as proposed with new brick materials to be integrated with the original brick. Three, that any future signage be subject to applicable sign bylaw requirements. And four, that the works generally conform to the plans and renderings submitted with the application. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Ennis. Very good. Discussion. Questions? I'll start with Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, when I first started reading through this report, I was quite enthused by the renovations and the upgrades. I picked up on the use of more traditional lime masonry to do any masonry repairs, and putting in the middle window again brings it back to I think a very attractive, very acceptable storefront. However, then I got down to looking at the entranceway, and I saw 2 steps. And I would be remiss if I did not bring up the accessibility problems here. I know I'm beating this drum often in the past few years, and I'm going to beat it again. This is an opportunity. Yes, it will cost the manager, the owner of this operation, more money, but there's an opportunity here to recess that doorway, create a ramp, make this facility accessible. I endorse the heritage features, trying to maintain them. I'm 100% for that, but when it comes to accessibility, why can't we collaborate and cooperate, the two of them together, when something like this comes forward? We're missing an opportunity here, and we've missed it in other areas too. We're supposedly a community of well-being, accepting everyone regardless of their physical needs. And here's an example where we're not doing that, or at least I don't see it in this application. So that's where I'm at, Your Worship. As I say, other than that, I'm quite all right with it. But I have to mention this, and this is the accessibility issue to our downtown businesses is not getting better. We have opportunities to help, and we're ignoring them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that deservedly passionate comment. Does anyone want to respond to that? Or at least speak to, yeah, let's call on staff here to help us out a bit.
Hi there. Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So that is something that the Heritage Advisory Committee did bring up at their meeting for this application as well. And so our standpoint is that when someone applies for a heritage permit application, we can require them to keep or upkeep the steps in as good condition as they can. If they were submitting a building permit application to renovate Jake's Grab and Go restaurant, then that's something where AODA compliance could come into effect. If it's council's wishes, we could amend the recommendation. But from the planning staff perspective, we would just require them to maintain those steps in as good condition as they can.
What I don't understand is that I thought that we were well past the deadline for structural changes to provide accessibility. And I don't understand why the proponent isn't required in some way to conform to the provincial legislation. Am I wrong?
If I may, your worship, the trigger to make something like a door, excuse me, accessible really only comes up under the Ontario Building Code when specific modifications are being made. So existing business owners aren't compelled to make accessibility improvements unless they're already altering that item. So for example, removing a washroom and replacing it or renovating, then the replaced version would have to meet accessibility standards. I'd look to a facilities expert to help me out there, but really they would have to be altering the entrance for us to be able to trigger under the code an accessibility improvement, if that makes sense.
I'm going to ask other members of council to weigh in here for their opinion. I'll come back to you after everyone's spoken, and I'm going to start with Councillor Yurek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Greenfield, for bringing up. We're all extremely sympathetic to AODA standards and would love to see more in the downtown have that happen. I guess my question is obviously the logistics of it, because I'm presuming if that was looking at the diagram or at the picture, if that was going to happen, it obviously can't jut out forward. It would have to be side, and the gradient of any ramp has to be fairly long, obviously to accommodate the standard. Is there room even to do that on that building? Because it's then going to jut into the driveway to the part of it, or to the left, it's going to be the building. So has it even been looked into to determine whether or not a ramp would even be able to manage to work in that environment?
Through your worship, I think that you've just pointed out sort of the catch, right? While we all hold accessibility and heritage to a high standard and high importance in a historic downtown like ours, space is very limited, and the existing sort of logistics really tend to come into play. So the applicant in this case hasn't applied to alter their entrance, so we can't compel them to do so again, even though we do really prioritize accessibility. So looking forward to our new CIP coming into force and effect so that we can help add funds to help incentivize those changes, because again, in these historic buildings, those represent potentially significant changes. So I think you've hit the nail on the head there.
So that sort of truncates the discussion unless let's hear what you have to say anyway. And Councillor Ennis.
Thank you. Yeah, I completely sympathize with the idea. I worry that at this point we don't have the structures in place to be able to enforce something that large on what is essentially the update of in appearance. And that's essentially what I'm hearing from. We're not getting into like structural building, but I do think that there might be the opportunity then for future discussions to require accessibility considerations to be part of our heritage permitting process. I've had the fortune to be in other parts of the world and take courses designed around how to include various forms of physical disability in some locations that have been built on for, at this point, 1,000 years, and in cultures where heritage is extremely important. And they've come up with some very creative solutions around the world to make very historical buildings meet modern accessibility standards. I presume that maybe they're larger government tax structures are different and allow for that so that a small municipality could apply for money to be able to do that. But looking at this building on Google Maps right now on Street View, I'm seeing that, for example, the spa next door is kind of more at grade, and then the building kind of comes across and the sidewalk drops down, making that adding a step just from one front door to the neighboring front door. And I've seen a solution where essentially the ramp is added along the front of the building. You know, in this case, it might be a little need to be more creative because there's a door to the apartments above, it seems, but there are solutions to be able to do that. So if when we, you know, maybe for the next council, maybe we include it in our recommendations for the next council to make that a part of our heritage permitting, because heritage buildings are going to be inaccessible, most likely. And so if anyone's going to be doing any work on them at all, we should be requiring this.
Thank you. It's a very valuable contribution. Councillor Bell, was your hand up? Councillor Bell? No, okay, fine, sorry. Deputy Mayor, and then I'll go back to Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the discussion. I was going to mention accessibility, but Harley did it much more descriptively than I ever could. So I'm glad we're addressing this for this particular building. I'm wondering in relation to the steps, because I appreciate the challenge that we face with them. Is there a potential for us to require a temporary ramp that could be just, you know, set down if someone wanted to enter the business who required that with a walker or wheelchair or whatever the concern might be, something that just could be brought out of the business, set down over the steps on that very temporary basis so that individual could get in and out? Are we allowed to require anything of that nature?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a good solution on a temporary basis. I think staff would need to look into those required clearances for sidewalk as well. I believe it's 1.5 meters of clearance is required, and I'm not too sure how it would affect how large the ramp would need to be and if we would maintain that required walking clearance on the sidewalk as well. But it's something that staff could look into further.
Go ahead, Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship, and thank you, Helena, and Director Can for your comments. And first of all, I know this is a difficult storefront to do a lot of things with. When I mention a ramp, the AODA ramps are a mile long, and I wasn't really thinking about that. I was thinking about, okay, we'd have to take a recessed doorway, and a number of our heritage buildings did have recessed entranceways. A ramp of even a steeper grade, someone could push someone in a wheelchair up into the building, or someone with a walker, I think, could get up into it. They can't do that with those two steps. Going back to, I don't understand why the community improvement plan and accessibility are not directly tied. Like, I think any community improvement plan grant or loan application that comes forward, if they have accessibility features to them, there should be an asterisk right behind it saying, hey, this is special. This is one vote for your application. And I don't think we've done that in the past. And to me, in the future, it's essential. So, okay, I've made my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Worship. Thanks.
And I'm just going to add that I've seen many facade improvements take place in our downtown core with no sympathy for the heritage of our heritage district. So I want to compliment the proponent here for thinking about how a part, especially that block of Sykes Street, which is not as built up and has more, diverse buildings on it. It's nice to see something that salutes heritage in Meaford, and I want to congratulate him. And I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. And now we can move into Committee of the Whole at 1:55. Could I have a mover and seconder? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Yuri, thank you very much. And the first item is under Library Services, that Committee of the Whole receive report Library 2026-01, Meaford Public Library Annual Report 2025 for information purposes. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Lynn, CEO. Thank you. Pardon?
Thank you.
Oh, mover and seconder. We didn't do that. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Ennis. Thank you very much. All in favor? Oh, look, wait. Okay. Boy, after 4 years, if I pity my follower. Okay. Go ahead, Lynn, and we'll.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, councillors, including the Meaford Public Library Board Council reps, councillors Greenfield and Forder, and my municipal colleagues for the opportunity for Chair Grafton and I to present the Meaford Public Library 2025 Annual Report. The annual report supports transparency and promotes knowledge of the importance of the Meaford Public Library within our community and helps to clarify what we've spent, what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. It takes a village to run the Meaford Public Library, from council right on down to our valued users who supply great feedback to their public library. Meaford Public Library celebrates 100 years this year in 2026, but the building will be 6 years old, believe it or not, on November 20th. So we thank our facilities manager, Steve Burgess, and his dedicated team for keeping the building in shape, both inside and out. And we also would like to thank the Parks and Recreation Department and their wonderful garden volunteer who helps keep the parkette and the surrounding gardens in order. For our story times, our library programs, and the public to enjoy. I'd like to introduce Chair Kim Grafton, our board chair, who would like to say a few words.
Good afternoon, Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor Shirley Keaveney, councillors, fellow board members on council, and town municipal staff. Welcome to the annual report of the Meaford Public Library. As chair of the library board, it is a pleasure to be celebrating 100 years of library service in our community. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the contribution of my fellow Meaford Public Library board members, our library CEO, Lynn Fascinato, and our great library team. Their innovative leadership provides a public space that creates opportunities for people of all ages to learn, collaborate, and connect. Community partnerships are essential to our success, and we again welcomed financial support from the Friends of the Meaford Library, the Rotary Club, individual donors, the Municipality of Meaford Council, the Province of Ontario through the Ministry of Tourism and Culture and Gaming, and the Ontario Library Service. And I would like to just bring to your attention some of that sponsorship. During the budget process this year, there was some discussion about the library seeking sponsorship. And I would like to bring to your attention that the Meaford Public Library has benefited from sponsorship for many years from the Friends of the Meaford Library, as well as the Rotary Club of Meaford. The Rotary Club sponsored equipment and licensing for the youth area in our new library, as well as for Wi-Fi routers, which is ongoing to this day. The Friends of the Meaford Library have supported us since 1994. This year alone, they sponsored our library to a tune of $31,159.89. Their financial support doubles the funding available for programming. It enables author events and enhances services and resources. In our budget, we have $3,500 each for our children's programming and our adult programming. The Friends of the Meaford Library provide an additional $3,115.66 for the children's program and $5,278 for adult programs. And that's just a small portion of that $31,000. In essence, they double our budget for programming. We have major sponsorship. We have had within our community the support from these organizations, and they greatly enhance the services and programs that would not exist without them. And I just want to take that opportunity to reinforce that we already have sponsorship, and it is very important. We also welcome partnerships from local cultural and economic stakeholders who help contribute to the diverse mix of programming that included Life Directions, the YMCA of Owen Sound, Bright Shores, Adult Learning Center, we have Elder Law Series, Income Tax Clinics, Gardener in Residence Series, and the ever popular story time sessions, STEM and crafts events for youth and teens, author events, book clubs, puzzle exchanges, just to name a few. An average of 65 programs a month for all ages. And I would also like to just hold, so that everything doesn't fall off. This is for July and August. This alone is our children's programming, Monday to Sunday. And every day there are 4 to 5 programs running. And that's just a quick little snapshot. And again, that's just our youth programs. Our adult programs are also running concurrent to this. So our library provides a very valuable space in our community. And a vast array of resources await at the library, from fishing rods, room rentals to tech help. The Meaford Public Library was featured in the January 2025 edition of Connecting the Sound magazine in an article entitled "The Little Library That Could." 100 years in, Meaford Public Library is a shining example of a hub of learning, care, and connection, a space where everyone can belong, and it enables our community to thrive. And I would like to take a moment just to read a little excerpt, and this is from a library patron involved in our writing circle program at the library. And I'm not going to read it all. It is on, I believe, available if you wanted to read. But I love her story here, and this is a short excerpt out of it. I now have the time in my winter chapter to explore more, which brings me great joy. This Meaford Library is new to me, and its offerings have awakened, enriched, fed, and nurtured my current curiosities. And I love to enter its sliding doors to again lead me to a world of topics that tickle my fancy. Such a joyous feeling. Likened to wanting more and more of a favorite bonbon. Hail to the library. May it remain a place of community and learning for all. And that just tickles my fancy that someone wrote about the library in a program at our library, sponsored by our library. The coming year holds the promise of new programs and exciting events. With municipal elections this fall, there will be a change in our board. I have served on the last 8 years, and it has been an honor and a privilege to serve on this board and work with our amazing library team. I can't say enough. The energy, the love that they put into everything that they do there. They go above and beyond. There's been some wonderful milestones, as Lynn mentioned. We're coming up to 6 years on our new library, and it is just such a shining example in our community of what we can do when we all collaborate to do the right thing. I will be sad to be leaving the board, but I hope that the many gains that we have made and all the wonderful assets continue to be used, enjoyed, and thrive in our community. we say it's a little hard. It's, I value our library very much, and our board has been a wonderful board that has been very, very passionate about how and what we do. I would like to thank my fellow board members, our staff, and council for your investment in our library, which continues to be the cornerstone of the social infrastructure in our community. I have enjoyed working and learning alongside our amazing team of staff and more board members for the last 8 years, and wish that the future of our library continues to be a happy and prosperous one. Turn back to Lynn.
Thank you so much, Chair Grafton, for those kind words. And Chair Grafton has worked diligently as well these last 8 years to make the Meaford Public Library the place to be. Plus, she works very hard on the Ministerial Library Board as well. I don't know what to say after all of that. Going over to our report, the first thing that we do is our vision and mission statement. Everything we do at Meaford Public Library fall under these two very important statements as found in the Meaford Public Library Strategic Plan 2022 plus. The board's strategic plan is also influenced by council's strategic priorities, helping to ensure that we have similar visions for our users and members of our community. Next page are our revenues. I wanted to mention that the donation lines of $11,252, these include individual donations, monies collected from donation bins located around the library, and also from the Friends of the Meaford Library donations. The Friends pay for library items, usually they make a check out to the library to cover the costs. This is why, and this revenue line is only $11,252, whereas on page 7, and as Chair Grafton has mentioned, that they donated over $31,000 of items to the library in 2025. And the reason this donation line is smaller is because those are the ones that we have purchased as staff and the Friends have reimbursed us. So fees and charges of $78.99. These include printing, faxing, scanning, proctoring fees, late fees, lost and damaged items, and that type of information. Interlibrary loan postage rebate. We get an annual rebate from the Ontario Library Service for postage to ship books to other libraries within the province. And in 2025, we shipped out 772 books to other libraries, and we received for our patrons who looked for books within the system, 787 books came in. The programming revenues of $16.25. These are revenues generated to cover costs of our programming that are not covered either through our budget or through the Friends of the Meaford Library sponsorship. Room rentals. These are fees collected for room bookings for businesses and for-profit organizations. Public library operating grant of $23,935, which has not changed in over 30 years. That is comes to us every year from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, which is the ministry responsible for Ontario Public Libraries. And I just wanted to also mention that the special events, the 11,000 plus that we were from the Alan Doyle event of last October, it was a sellout, so it created some good revenues for the Meaford Library. And we received from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming in 2025, the Summer Experience Opportunities Grant for our summer student last summer. There we go. Expenses. We've any expenses that have the FOML supported brackets next to it indicates that the FOML have contributed items in this category of expenses. Advertising, these are expenses such as ads and any MPL logo items that we have, such as tote bags and thank you cards and that kind of thing. That was that was $631 last year. Association fees are for Ontario Library Association memberships for both board and staff. These memberships are important because they give us a heck of a discount on our courses that we take through the OLA to improve our library services. We also spend money on the Ontario Municipal Public Library Organization and the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, and also something called Access Copyright. And that is a license to enable public libraries to have the public and staff photocopy various items with that we do as a service. Books is our capital item. We spent last year $36,417. And that's just not for books, that's also for movies and also barcodes for items, any circulation bags to enable something to circulate, and book repair items, cover jackets, that kind of thing. The clothing is for staff logo clothing, PPE like silicone gloves, and also sunscreen, which is very important for staff to wear when we go on outreach outside. Our e-resources, they're heavily sponsored by the Ontario Library Service. These include Libby, Ancestry, Mango, World Book, Novelist. And we also spend on our own, we have non-sponsored e-resources called Biblio and Hoopla. Those are downloading movie and book services, and we pay that. We don't have the opportunity for a discount in those, but these are all renewed annually as well. And our events was our signature author event for Alan Doyle, which was sponsored. The booking at the hall was sponsored by the Friends of the Meaford Library. Facilities maintenance, this is the amount spent by our manager to maintain the building, hydro, heat, water, cleaning, etc. And the cost of the debenture for the new library building is also included in that amount. Information technology, large budgeted by our IT department. This includes Wi-Fi, all computers, software, that runs them, public and staff networks, photocopy machines, phones, internet backups, email, etc. We could not function without our IT people. So thank you to Mark Egan and his team. The library computer hardware software line, that's staff also purchase our own hardware software that run outside of the IT department. These are things such as our integrated library system, Koha, the catalog book carousel that's on our catalog, Cybrarian, which runs our public access computers, all the RFID licenses that run our alarm system and our inventory system, our Zoom, Chromebook software, and everything's renewed annually as well. That's why you'll see it every year on the budget estimates. Other expenses, they include staff items. Friends of Meaford Library purchased the 2,500 membership cards from that line last year. They also bought Nintendo games for us in 2025. These games are quite expensive, so we look at them to help us keep that inventory fresh. We also purchased a Square terminal. Thank goodness now we have debit at the library. We also bought a new color printer and a summer student desk for our summer student in our staff office, which we never had. And we bought those from individual donations in 2025. Programming, out of the 7,000 budgeted yearly for all programming, this is heavily sponsored by the Friends of the Meaford Library, and we couldn't offer the same quality and quantity of programming without their support. And the expenses also include the Owen Sound and North Great Union Public Library annual cost for library services, which was a little over, I think, 154 last year, 158,476, sorry about that. And of course, the largest expense would be the salaries and benefits. As Chair Grafton had mentioned about the Friends of the Meaford Library, this year in the report, we added an extra page just to highlight everything that the Friends of the Meaford Library have bought for us, because just looking at numbers on a spreadsheet doesn't really give you the true idea of what they do for us. And in fact, if you go down to the Netshed, they've got this page highlighted in the Netshed for the public to see where the money that they buy generally used books for goes to within the year. They buy hard copy newspapers, Globe and Mail, Toronto Star, Meaford Independent. These are read daily in our beautiful living room area of the library. This old school form of information is still going strong, and it's a welcomed addition to our informational resources. If we forget to pick up the newspapers, we will have a patron with 5 minutes asking where they are. So we have to pick them up at Rexall. They come in through there. The TD Summer Reading Program, it gets a great boost by the Friends supplying fantastic prizes for participants. It's great to read, but but a chance to win a great prize makes it even better, especially when you're young. Ontario Public Library Week also gets a boost for prizes supplied by the Friends of the Meaford Library. They purchased oversized bookends for our junior picture books back in 2025. These are the largest items in the library. They're almost larger than most reference books, and the most popular item within the junior collection. So thanks to the FOML, they now sit neat and tidy on the shelves. They were falling over, and it was not a pretty sight sometimes. So now they're all neat and tidy. Inventory One really helps us find lost books within the library, and also helps with our inventory. Extremely, it works with our library's RFID tag system. Video games are expensive. The Friends help keep this collection fresh. And as mentioned before, the Friends have sponsored our membership cards since we first automated in 2005, I believe. So we're now on our third library system, which houses the inventory of our books and our patrons database. And the Friends have provided cards for this every step of the way. So they're very expensive, and we really appreciate that they help us out in this fashion. And as mentioned by Chair Grafton, they've also sponsored 5 of our Wi-Fi hotspots, which are flying off the shelves, especially this summer. We've got campers coming in, people at Memorial Park. We've got people up in their cottages for the summer. So that and the Ontario parking passes parking passes are hot ticket items in the summertime. There we go. This is my favorite page, statistics. This is Meaford by the numbers. These statistics will provide a snapshot of the 2025 usage here at Meaford Public Library. 2025 saw almost 84,000 visitors through our doors. This equates to about, when you think about it, 84,000 questions, from something as simple as where are the washrooms to how do you print? Can I have a book recommendation? And the staff do a tremendous job in helping to provide this top-notch service. You never know what you're going to get when they come in the door, but we hate to say no, so we do love to help out any way that we can. We registered 804 new patrons in 2025, with staff giving most a tour of the building and a warm welcome. Almost 73,000 materials checked out from a collection the size of 31,769 items. The replacement value of items circulated was over $1.3 million. So a yearly budget of 40,000 returns over 1.3 million in usage. So this dollar value does not include the free meeting room spaces, the free or low cost 789 programs offered and attended by almost 12,000 users. And most importantly, the feeling of being in a bright, modern, beautiful facility that values diversity, inclusion, confidentiality, and equality has no price tag, in my opinion. That is priceless. MPL is proud to supply up-to-date technology for its users, thanks in part to the municipal IT department, who work diligently to keep both the public and the staff networks running. We've got 2 systems, so it takes a lot of maintenance. The 15,610 computer users reap these benefits. Volunteers run the tech center and helped 339 people in 2025 with tech questions, and we thank our dedicated volunteers. This number doesn't include the myriad of technology questions posed to staff on a daily and almost hourly basis. The e-library, which includes more than it includes more than ebooks. Our e-library contains movies, magazines, learning and language courses, saw almost 40,000 downloads in 2025, and the online catalog with over 44,000 searches. This is a fun page, most circulated items in 2025. This is just a sample of the popular titles that circulated then. Even with the many different movie streaming services available to folks now these days, our movie discs are still going strong in circulation. I know some of the local libraries are taking them out of the collection because they're not circulating, but I think if we did that right now, it wouldn't benefit our users. They're very, very popular. The old discs, still around. Membership. Who makes up our membership? Well, we've added the footnote explaining how we actually calculate the active cardholders. I know it's been a question that many libraries, the ministry wants to make sure that we tally, every library tallies their active cardholders the same way. So an active membership is a member with an unexpired card within the last 2 years. So that's how we do our active memberships, and that's how we report it to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Gaming every year. So it's not based on if they checked a book out. This is based on the expiry date because people use their cards for many reasons. That doesn't necessarily give us a statistic to measure. For example, if they use their card for a meeting space or if they attend a program, these are counted in number only, not in user. So, you know, we take statistics of how many bookings were in the rooms per month, but we don't exactly pinpoint who does what for confidentiality and also because we only want a grand total anyway. Using people that use their card to access any e-resource such as Ancestry, Libby, Hoopla, they don't get registered individually as well. They get registered just as a lump sum number at the end of the month. Excuse me. From the membership chart, you can see that cardholders from the Blue Mountains and Grey Highlands enjoy reciprocal card agreements with us, and our members can go and get free cards over at Grey Highlands and Blue Mountains libraries as well. And non-residents as well that live outside these zones also get a free membership at Meaford Public Library. We don't charge non-resident fees. With the 5,235 municipality of Meaford residents having an active card in 2025, this indicates, based on the population data of the last census, that almost 47% of residents hold an active card. This indicates a large commitment to the Meaford Public Library by our community, and we are most grateful. Here we have 3 pillars of service are very important to the Meaford Public Library. That's engagement, innovation, and collaboration. In 2025, Meaford Public Library embraced diversity and inclusion with their Rainbow Book Club and its spinoff Rainbow Crafts. Selected library staff and board trustee Elgin Pekchuk presented a seminar on inclusion and safe library spaces in rural libraries at the OLA Super Conference in January 2025. So that started the year off on a great note. Health and safety is very important to the library and the municipality of Meaford as a whole. The library thanks the municipality for the training opportunities in first aid, joint health and safety training, the new composition of the joint health and safety program. It's all points to a real commitment in health and safety. Our library board is responsible for everybody according to our safety and security in the library policy, are also extremely, are responsible for everyone in the library as well. So they also thank the municipality for their health and safety commitment as well. Staff training, very important in order to keep staff aware of trends in books and technology, AI, intellectual freedom, everything, and training is important on how we deal with unruly patrons and other social issues which are becoming all too common in a lot of public libraries, such as homelessness, addiction. So we're training frontline staff to how to help in these unfortunate conditions that can happen. There we go. Oh, sorry. Next pillar of service is innovation. It is crucial that the library keeps relevant in its community within innovation. Innovation is what patrons want in order to access up-to-date items and to access quality programming, to keep them learning on how to use the latest technology, how to use e-resources, and how to make the most of their library membership. Technology is changing quickly, and the library needs to be ready with trained staff who can shift services and keep ahead of this fast-paced technology-based world. Innovation is necessary so that staff can use the most recent technology in order to serve the public. We are also active on our social media and our newsletter. We have almost 4,000 subscribers to our newsletter. It goes out monthly, so that's a real commitment, and it's fantastic community support. And so, thank you. Collaboration. That takes 2 pages because collaboration and partnerships is what makes the library truly public. Partnerships contribute to learning, services, our inventory items. It can make a visit to the library fun, interesting, create social opportunities for others. The list is endless on our collaboration pages. We collaborate with our municipalities, social services, legal firms. The list goes on. It's just an amazing collaboration within our community. And we reach out to people to partnership, and they reach out to us. So I think we've got trust within the community so that these social services and other partners reach out to us, and they know that they can hold their programs in a secure, confidential space. And there are also many economic benefits to our community from our library programming, as most items and supplies for programming we purchase within the community. No. I just wanted to mention that the library board, I know we'll be getting council will appoint a new board at the end of this year. So a shout out to Kim Grafton, our chair, Lloyd Marr, vice chair, Frank Emtage, trustee, Elgin Pekchak, trustee, Marnie Wraith, trustee, councillors Brandon Forder and councillors Hardy Greenfield, our council reps on the board. Shout out to our staff, Lori Pierce, Children and Youth Coordinator, Amy Salecki, Community Outreach Coordinator, Chantel Highfield, Technical Services Coordinator, Ashley Trussler, Library Specialist in Circulation and Interlibrary Loans, Samantha McIntosh, Library Assistant, Rosemary Palmer, Library Assistant, Kim Blakeney, Public Services Clerk, and our library summer student, Claire. Every year it changes, and we enjoy having our summer students so much, and they are pivotal in our TD summer reading program. But I would also like to, ones that's not on this list are our valued volunteers. We treat our volunteers as staff and valuable team members, so they're included in this list as well. Reviewing the year and planning the future. In closing, I want to, I've thanked all our stakeholders. There's just so many. That's why it's 2 pages long, my thank you. I talk about, in my report, I talk about the challenges of AI and intellectual freedom. That is something not going away. AI can affect books, our e-resources, so it's something that we really have to stay on top of. We certainly don't want an algorithm telling us what books we need to buy for our database. We need to have people with passion and heart to create items for the library. We are looking forward to our 100th anniversary celebrations this year and another signature author event, which we've just booked on November 9th. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet. And we are also looking forward to working with a new council and a new library board at the end of this year. So here's our Contact Us page. I want to thank you, council, your worship, deputy mayor, municipal colleagues, Chair Grafton, the Meaford Public Library Board Council reps, Greenfield and Forder, and the Meaford Public Library staff. They are a dedicated team who are committed to Meaford Public Library, both past, present, and future, and a team that will help ensure that we remain the community hub and the place to be. But I thank most of all the public users of the Meaford Public Library by coming through our doors, providing feedback, positive or negative, we learn from everything, taking out a membership, donating funds, and more puts the public into your Meaford Public Library. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to Chair Grafton and I describe the beautiful community hub called the Meaford Public Library, and we look forward to your next visit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Lynn, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, Lynn, I just want to say a huge thank you for everything that the library provides to this community. It's amazing. I often take advantage of the meeting spaces and I don't know what I'd do without them. But a very special note of appreciation to Chair Grafton, and thank you for your intense, passionate commitment to the library over these past years. And I know you'll be no stranger going forward. I just wanted to ask one question though, Lynn. You mentioned the Wi-Fi routers and how often they are booked out. Do you actually have enough of those at this point?
I was just discussing that with our IT department actually last week. I think they're moving over to another company. So they've already replaced some of the SIM cards in them because they've been going strong for 5 years now, almost 6 years. So I might investigate buying a few more units as well, because there are 2 actually that actually went out and never came back, unfortunately. So we have we started with 11 and we have actually 9 that are being circulated.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, a follow-up. Thank you for that, Lynn, and just noting that perhaps it's something the Rotary Club would just like to know about, that you might be interested in some additional routers. And just one last thing, you mentioned the volunteers, but I just have to express gratitude for the gardeners who do an incredible job. Those girls out there every morning and the watering and the weeding, and I tell them every year the gardens look better and better. So a special shout out to them.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to make a comment? Then thank you again so much. Very comprehensive and straight up for the library for sure.
Thank you so much.
Under community services, the recommendation is, we have to vote to accept this it's okay, but we want to accept this for information purposes. All in favor? Any opposed? I'm going to assume that Councillor Ennis is very in favor of the library here.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarity, we will not be counting his vote in this as he did not vote.
Okay, so then it is unanimous among those of us who are in the horseshoe. So under community services, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to repeal and replace Schedule Q of the 2026 Fees and Charges bylaw. And I'll call on Director Carpet to, pardon? Yes, mover and seconder. Thank you again. A mover, Councillor Forder, a seconder, Councillor Bell. All in favor? No, don't need to do that. Okay. Questions or, and I think we should hear from Director Carpet here.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I can be relatively quick with this one. This is another kind of housekeeping item that I'm bringing to Council's attention. We require the 2026 fees and charges Schedule Q to be updated in order for us to issue our renewals for the arena advertising program. The amount that was included in the original fees and charges bylaw was incorrect for this year. And had we have issued our renewals at that rate, we would result in an approximate loss of $7,500 to $8,000 due to this. So the original bylaw included kind of a blanket fee, whereas the system that has been in place for approximately 5 years now actually has a tiered pricing system so that the more prime locations, particularly behind the home and the players or home players and away players bench, are $400 and $300 or $400 and $350, and the end boards are cheaper than that, but they are all still significantly higher than what was included in the bylaw. So we felt it appropriate to bring this back to get this rectified so that we can issue the renewal letters for this upcoming season. And in order to maintain consistency from year to year. So last year we charged the higher rates. If we brought it back down to the amount in the bylaw this year, we would lose the money, but then also have some negative publicity next year when we turn around and put it back up to the proper rate. So we thought we'd bring this to council right now.
Any questions for Brady? You ready to vote? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the report. So you have mentioned verbally that you want to have this in place before you start asking personnel that wish to advertise. So no one has paid $150 at this point. When they see what you're going to charge them, should council do this afternoon, they will be told these prices on the right-hand column.
To Councillor Bell, through your worship, yes, we have not issued our renewals for the 2026-2027 season. If council approves the report today, the bylaw will come back in 2 weeks, and then those renewal letters will go out that week.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I'm going to call the item. All in favor? Any opposed? So that is carried unanimously. Under corporate services, the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve 1, option 3, as per the staff report, and 2, establishing a capital budget of $47,500 to be funded by the Information Technology Reserve Fund. I'm going to ask Director Dinsmore to speak to this one. I'll move her in a second. Let's do that right away. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Uhrig. All in favor? Nope, okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll just quickly, excuse me, run through the 3 options that staff have put in front of council for their consideration, with option 3 being the one currently recommended by staff. So under option 1, it would be the basic level of investment that would be required to allow council to participate remotely. So it would allow for hybrid participation by council members. In addition, there would be some upgrades made when other presenters are making presentations to council. So right now you can either see what they're presenting or the person. You'd be able to see both, making it a little bit more interactive. Option 2, and each one, as I go through each one of these options, what comes in option 1, you get if you go with option 2. What comes in options 1 and 2, you get when you go to option 3. So they build off of each other. Option 2 looks to improve the overall audio quality within council chambers, and more specifically for those who are participating online and for those who are viewing council online. And again, it allows for better presentations and better content viewing for those that are participating in the council meeting. And then option 3, which is the highest AV investment, and the one again that staff are recommending at this time. The main part of this one is it improves the backup storage of all recorded meetings, which is very important because everybody's aware these are permanent records of the municipality. It also allows for a little bit better public viewing while the public is in this room. Some of the TVs would be made a little bit larger, would be angled out so that it's a little bit easier for everybody here to see what's going on and be able to view presentations that are being made by staff and other third parties. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Sam, and being appropriate for me to go over and hug you. So I'll just say thank you very much for the report and for the alacrity that it came in. I will wholeheartedly recommend we proceed with option three as recommended. And thank you for the very quick work on this, because I know we've asked for a long time, but we did sort of ask for this to come, or I asked for this to come back quickly, and I appreciate that.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I definitely agree that some upgrades do need to be done. However, I just find that we're being asked to spend money without seeing equipment costs or what these operating costs include. Like, I find it's way too high level. I'd really like to see more detail to see what we're actually spending money on. It's also not very clear. You know, you get everything from option 1 to option 2 to option 3, but like, what is that? So I just find that I'm not comfortable voting not knowing what exact products or equipment we're voting for and the reasons behind it. I also don't have any information with regards to what type of service agreements that might be with any of this hardware. If there's software and there's technology, there might be some subscription fees. I also don't know who this consultant was. Is this the individual that's selling us this product, or how are we going about buying this product and who are we buying it from? I just find there's a lot of information that I'm just not comfortable moving forward without that. So maybe you can help me with that, but I would have loved to see a more detailed list of the equipment and the services, like just more specific to see what that money actually, where that's coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you. So as staff went through this, we actually went through our purchasing policy to ensure that we were getting quotes correctly. I believe only one bid was received on this work. The reason that I've left it high level is we do start to get into the area of proprietary information. We're not specifically allowed to say for exact types of things that how much individuals are charging us. That's why when we put large tenders in front of council, we leave it as one number, because to go into much more detail is actually giving out confidential information. I'm happy to bring back a little bit more of a breakdown if that's what council would like to see. We could also look at going into closed session to walk through exactly what would be offered by the consultant.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to rename this the Councillor Urick report, because this has been on Rob's mind for a long time. So I appreciate seeing this in front of us today. In my mind, in relation to the breakdown that Councillor Forder has requested, and I appreciate your desire to do that, but I look at this as being operations and kind of understanding the role of council and governance and the role of staff in executing the desires of council. If we look back at our budgeting process, and you could pick anything, but if we look at the new financial software, for example, you know, we didn't see that level of information. So I just think it's interesting and a good opportunity for us to kind of explore, you know, what's appropriate for us to see and what is, you know, completely operations for staff. So some more information on that might be good to have. But Sam, my question for you, we talk about council on this report. So just review with us again in terms of committees, whatever the committees look like in the next term. Will this upgrade be available for committee meetings as well as council?
Through you, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So because any committee meeting that would happen in this room, all of this technology would be available for those committee meetings. We would have to ensure that it's through the procedural bylaw that all of it is allowed. But yes, anything that would happen in this room could take full advantage of this new equipment.
Going to call the question. All in favor? Sorry. Just, can we start again here? I don't know if you heard. I'm calling the question. All in favor of accepting the report? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor. Those opposed? Okay, 1 opposed. And I declare the motion carried. The next recommendation is from Development Services. It's that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to initiate a request for pre-qualification RFPQ process for the 3 surplus residential parcels identified, and 2, endorse exploration of a tiny home community model subject to feasibility.
Mr. Mayor.
I beg your pardon.
Thank you. We just missed D under corporate services, the 2027 to 2031 facility capital
Sorry,
program.
okay. Do you want me to finish this and go back to that, or okay? Okay, we'll start over here. The recommendation is, and this is from Corporate Services, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve option X, which we will determine as we move forward, as outlined in report Corporate Services 2027 to 2031. And that is a facilities capital program. And again, I'm going to turn it over to Director Dinsmore. Yes, let's get a mover and seconder to have it on the table. It's moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by, sorry, thank you, Councillor Ennis. And let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just quickly explain why I wrote the recommendation the way I wrote it, and staff haven't actually made a recommendation in this case, and we're looking for direction from council on that part. At this point, staff didn't feel it was within our responsibility or within our right to make a recommendation. We're looking for guidance and we're looking for guidance from council on how we go about putting together the 2027 to 2031 capital budget for the 5 specific facilities mentioned in this report. And I just want to quickly highlight those facilities. They're the administrative offices at 21 and 15 Trowbridge, the Blue Dolphin Pool, the council chambers. So just this building, we're not including the Patrol A, and then the Meaford St. Vincent Community Center and Arena. So this report is specifically focused on those five facilities that are currently owned and operated by the municipality. I just want to quickly outline chart 1. Chart 1 gives some basic information about the facilities, what year it was constructed, what a replacement value is in 2024, and what their current facility condition index is. And then tied to that would be what condition that asset is considered to be in. So when you look at it, the newest facility is the one we're sitting in right now, which is still over 30 years old. So some of these facilities are quite old, 15 Trowbridge being a bit of an outlier at, coming up to 100 years old. Staff have put together 2 options for council's consideration today, and what we're looking for is to direct us on how to build the capital budget. So we're not specifically asking for council to approve $12.6 million today, but what we're doing is looking to see if you would like to see that type of information and those type of capital projects put into the 2027 to 2031 capital program. So within the facility condition assessments done on those 5 facilities, the $12.6 million was identified of work that needs to be done over the next 3 to 5 years. The main pieces of that amount are roof replacements and parking lots. They're rather expensive. And a lot of these facilities, specifically the arena, are getting to that age where some significant dollars are going to be needed to invested into that facility to get it to its full useful life of roughly 80 years for a facility. So option 1 is looking at just continue to budget the projects as they need to be done at the price that they need to be done at. Some pros to this approach would be it's a lower capital cost than option 2, and it maintains the level of service that council has set with minimal impact on the operating budget. Some of the cons that we've outlined is after the 12.6 million, there still will be a 55-year-old arena and a 66-year-old outdoor pool. The capital works will be like for like with no improvements to the facility. So as an example, the dressing rooms at the arena are a bit of a cause for concern due to their size. Investing this type of money won't make those dressing rooms bigger, won't make that facility more user-friendly. It will basically operate the same way it does today. The investment will not greatly increase the operating efficiencies of those facilities. So we would continue to see the similar hydro bills, natural gas bills, things like that. And we would continue to operate in a decentralized administration. So right now there is administration at least 4 facilities throughout the municipality. Option 2 would be to look at explore multi-use facility. So in the report, I specifically talked about bucketing everything together, administration and recreation. Going through a study like this, it may make more sense that administration is kept separately, maybe here out to this piece of property, and the recreations are bucketed together. Or maybe it does make the most sense that everything's put into one central facility. We can see throughout kind of our neighboring municipalities, when you go to Saugeen Shores, the arena, the pool, and the administration facilities are together. When we go somewhere like Stainer, you can see the library is with the arena. So there's lots of different examples of what other municipalities have done. Within this recommendation, staff would be looking at budgeting about $200,000 to complete this assessment. This assessment would include a lot of public and council outreach to gather what the community wants and what the community needs. A concept development, so a high level concept of what potentially could be built, what type of amenities the building would include, and whether it would be one or two facilities. And then a central part would be a funding strategy. How are we going to pay for a facility of this size? Looking at possible grant opportunities, looking at potential partnerships with the YMCA. We have a partnership with them with the Blue Dolphin pool right now. Also looking potentially at the Department of National Defense and whether there would be any appetite for a partnership there. So this study would dig into those a lot more to see if there was possibilities there. Some pros of this approach would be, your consolidation of your 3 administration hubs into 1 administration center. Increased energy efficiencies. We would be looking at, making these buildings as close to net zero as possible. A potential for additional services to be offered to the public, including walking track, multi-sport gymnasium, and exercise center. We would also be potentially looking at bringing the pool indoors, then it can be used all year round rather than just the summer months. And then the ability to repurpose current facilities or that land that those facilities sit on. Some cons to this option would be there's a large, capital cost. This is the larger capital cost option. It's hard to say exactly what a facility like this would cost. I did put into the report, you probably would be looking at the $60 to $80 million mark. I believe that's what Godrich has recently spent on their facility. And then there would be a significant impact on the operating budget with additional staff requirements. If there is a pool that's open all year round, we need pool attendants. Having the facility just simply cleaned at the end of every day and things like that. So we would see large operating impacts. Again, that would be picked up within that study about what the ongoing impact would be on the municipal tax rate. So with that, I'll pause and I'm available for any questions.
I'd like to thank you very much for the report, Sam. It is probably the most important discussion we may have in our term here, and I regret that we only have maybe 40 minutes or something to devote to it, but at this time, Councillor Uri, you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sam. Yeah, it's a big one, obviously. I know if you go out and you talk to a lot of the public or a lot of people that have certainly talked to me about it, everybody would love the concept of the multi-use facility assessment. So it's interesting when you said 60 to 80, because I did started to look at a lot of research around as well. And it was interesting because I was really thinking that would probably be more like in the 80 to 120 realistically. Than you looked at a lot of the other comparators. Godrich was one, but a lot of the other ones were certainly higher than that. So I guess the question is twofold. One is, I mean, obviously it's not just this, because trying to do this in concert with another major purchase, i.e. wastewater plant somewhere down the road, is 2 big chunks of change to bite. You did mention about partnerships, and one thing you didn't mention in there, and when we go to AMO and Roma and places like that, they always talk about cooperation between municipalities, not just working with like the DOD or Y, but literally looking at like a Blue Mountains or Grey Highlands who are neighboring, who might also benefit from a pool facility like that. So hopefully that would come into vogue as well. But my question is that when you talked about budgeting 200,000 for 2027, seems to me that we already did budget like a couple $100,000 to look at the harbor and the urban Meaford kind of master plan. This to me, even though this doesn't fall under those 2 geographical probably locations, it seems to me that this is a big part of that overall conversation, because not only with the harbor, what it's going to look like and how it's going to, be assessed for the benefit of for all, but the urban downtown, but this becomes almost a third part, this becomes almost a triumvirate. And I was just wondering, is there a way that that should be melded? So if we're gonna get a consultant to look at that anyway, should we be doing that as well? Because in the public, it almost seems like we would be doing a public input to talk about those things. And then we would be doing a public input to talk about that, and there's a lot of overlap. So is there a way that we could kind of combine those agencies and have that as a much larger conversation?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Both really great questions and great points. And yes, we would, to kind of answer your first part, we would look to our surrounding municipalities to see if there were any partnership that could be done there. One that jumps out to me would be Chatsworth, who's recently decided not to move forward with an arena. Yes, we could look at something like that. The way I structured this with that was that this would come back through the 2027 budget process to be considered by council at that time. And if approved, staff would then move forward with it. So we can do kind of one of two things. We can either bring this one forward and potentially look at approving something like this today with final approval by council on the 27th, because the harbor downtown project has not been initiated to date. So we could look at, increasing that budget, changing that scope and bundling this all together, or we could go the other way and leave this for the 2027 budget deliberations and not do the downtown harbor until 2027. So I would leave that up to council's direction and how they wanted to handle it.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate both the report and your comments, Director Dinsmore. And I guess too, it would depend on the consultants who were hired, whether or not they had the skill set to look at recreation facilities and, the downtown and harbors. So that would remain to be seen. But I'm just really pleased that we're having the opportunity to have this discussion. I think it's important that we give consideration to the future of these facilities. I mean, we know that rec facilities are a draw to communities, and I know friends in Goderich would say that their rec complex has helped them attract doctors. So that there's some merit in that as well for us to consider. And you mentioned, various facilities, and it would be my assumption you'd also be looking at pickleball courts and partnering with that organization. And I know the lawn bowling group are concerned about, potential future flooding again, and could they be part of this? So I think there's just lots of opportunity to build upon what's been said here today. So I'm just excited to see this come forward into the 2027 budget and to have an opportunity to explore. And I think you've touched on, how we might continue to maintain current facilities in the process, because it will take a number of years to bring this to fruition. But I think we would want to be very mindful of what investments we made in our existing facilities, but we would need to keep them limping along. So thank you very much, Sam.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the report is something that I guess in the back of mind of current council members, we've seen reports where our long-term debentures on a lot of facilities have got themselves now that they're getting almost paid off. But I don't think any of us here thought that, we're not going to incur costs on those buildings just because we've got the main debenture paid for. As far as direction today, I think sitting here that if we tell staff to maintain status quo, this major subject matter will definitely be in front of the new council. And when we consider the number of people who are our taxpayers, we run with about $22 million of tax supported money. We talked about the need for the wastewater treatment plant. The needs and the desires of this community, name the percentage higher than what our purse can actually handle. So that is the big discussion, really, in my mind. This is a service level that we need to do. And I appreciate comments about looking to other municipalities. What do they need? What they don't have? What they could have? But I think when I see numbers like this, and we just had a report about how much money we've got in our reserves, and then given the dynamics of our society where we're at today, not not to say that the rural people don't appreciate things that might be available to them. But when we start talking about these tens of millions of dollars, then we really have to come up with a decision on how we promote or how we get feedback, buy-in, should a future council do this. I think that this subject matter is just saying that I've met people recently that their service level that they've experienced in other places in Ontario is top shelf. And then I tell them that we've got a beer budget. And that's kind of where we're at. We need to be in our means because we can overstep our own ability to repay. We can overstep that immediately. And I don't think we should do that. And I think that this major subject matter is for the future council. And for myself today, if you need something to move forward, to know what you need to put in for opening remarks for 2027, for the mayor at that time to consider what that might look like, I think I'd like to just say status quo this afternoon, and we can start there in the future. Thanks.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, your worship. Thanks, Mr. Dinsmore, for bringing this forward. I have a couple of concerns with this. First of all, just a comment. Not too long ago, we had a facility report from, I'm not sure if it was Hampson or Watson, one of those two. I'm hoping that report could be utilized somewhat for anything in the future. There was quite a bit of detail in there, estimates on the longevity ahead of some of our buildings. When I first read this, I thought, and I still think, I think this is a decision that should be left for the next council to make. We are going to have some new members on that establishment, and this is a potentially huge investment obligation. We know something does have to be done. Some of our facilities, a number of them, are getting on the old side of their tenure. Certainly the pool, even the Meaford St. Vincent Community Center, which is approximately 50 years old. We have to remember the arena before what we have now, it only lasted 25 years. So if you compare the two, this one's quite an age. I guess certainly there should be cost efficiencies of combining everything into one huge complex. But again, when I first read this, I thought, hey, this is, you know, where this is all have to be located. That's in the urban area on the services. We could have an administration office in the rural area. I hope that is kept in mind. We could have a council chambers in the rural area. We are a big geographical municipality. So those are my two concerns. One is I feel uneasy for this council to commit to something, and I know it's in its infancy, but even then, there's going to be a record of that. Ms. Wilton Segal is going to make sure this gets in the record. So that's my first problem. And the second problem is I really hope in an attempt to reach out to our rural residents, it is not a given. It's something like all of these services have to be downtown Meaford. Thank you.
I'm looking to Councillor Anderson, Councillor Forder. Do you wish to speak to this? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the discussion here. And I'm sort of in line with Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Bell is that this is a very important decision. I think it'd be best to leave this to the next term of council to decide. And so I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Similarly, I think it would be best for the next council to decide, though while we're talking about it, I guess it might be helpful to sort of put my thoughts in. Thinking of cost efficiency, I worry about whether or not that would be sort of scrubbed by having to pay a huge debt to be able to do it. So I'm not sure that that would be so a sort of like a useful argument for it. But I just don't feel that we're a municipality that's big enough to sort of justify a project that large, especially considering we're struggling to figure out how we're gonna get the water treatment situation sorted. I think this is something that would be very nice to have. But I just don't think we're there. I don't think that that's what this municipality is. I think we're very lucky to have the services and options that we have, the recreation options that we have. And keeping them going is expensive, and it's known to be expensive. Talking to members of the community, it comes up a lot about how expensive it is. But if we then double down on something that is massively expensive, I don't know that would sit well with a lot of the municipality, a lot of our neighbors. So yeah, today I would be most comfortable seeing what voting to see what the next council thinks.
I'd like to weigh in on this as well. So do we want to, do you have something you want to start answering? I'd like to just make 3 points if I could. This is coming from somebody who's lived in Meaford since 1956. And I was a young man then. I'm an old man now. And so I just want to share with you how, from my perspective, how this looks. The first thing is I see two projects. I think that I would divide recreation, which is multifaceted, and administration. I would divide those into two projects, and I would say that it's important that the administration, perhaps, it can maybe go rural or urban. I think there are real merits in having it in the urban center. But I think that if we're going to look at involving other communities, we should be very open to a rural destination for a rec center. The second thing I want to say is I regret to inform you that I don't have a lot of confidence that our boundaries will always be what they are today. I think the Ford government is likely going to change things before it is done, and we may be either a much smaller municipality than we are now, or part of a great big amalgamation, and I have no idea what might be coming. And the third thing is, with respect to Councillor Bell's points, I think it's very important to realize that many millions of dollars are coming to municipalities of all sizes for these recreational projects. And if we don't have a plan, and if we don't have a vision for where we're going, we won't be getting our fair share. And if we wait for the next council, or it waits for the next council, I'm not sure those funds will continue to be available. And from what I've seen, it's critically important that improvements to our pool and to our arena are something that we can't start soon enough to deal with. I guess we'll go around one more time and then we'll come back to staff. Thank you. Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your last comment, because the one thing I did want to say, and I do 100% appreciate the concern about the overall massive expense. To that regard, I will say the problem being is to your point, twofold. One is the further you kick it down the road, a few years ago, a wastewater plant would have cost us $30 million. Now it's going to cost us $120 million. This was put off another 5-10 years. What is it going to cost then to do it? And at that point, when does your actual facilities become end of life? And then what do you do? But I still think, moreover, to your point again as well about boundaries may potentially shifting, but I think that's why it's also paramount. And again, I cannot stress enough how many at how many conferences you hear. It is so vital that municipalities need to get together to try and share costs to share these kind of facilities, because you're right. Blue Mountains can't afford this by themselves. Chatsworth can't afford it by themselves. Greyhound. But if you put it together, then you all can maybe take a bite out of it and do it. So that's why I just think, and without taking a step forward, and I'm fine with it being in the next council. If we're putting it forward literally 6 months for that conversation, I have no problem with that. But I have real concerns about it getting kicked further and further and further out, and it gets more expensive. And then you're in a situation where we just may not have any at some point down the road. So your point is so apt. I think that if you don't at least plan for it, you will not have the availability to potentially do it. That's why at least a plan, I think, to look at what could be done is more important than sitting back and going, let's just put Band-Aids on everything.
Okay, I think Councillor Greenfield, I don't think he's spoken yet, please. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I think we all recognize that this is a multi-year process that is going to have some really difficult decisions attached to it. But I just want to clarify what is being asked of us here today, which I believe, if I'm correct, Director Dinsmore, is to provide a recommendation to yourself to include in the 2027 budget $200,000 to undertake a study to give some direction to the next council as to what they might be looking at in terms of recreation facilities, administration facilities, and they would be charged then with making those decisions. Am I correct in that assumption?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, 100%. This report is looking for some direction on what to include in the 2027 budget. It is not pre-approving the 2027 budget. Without this report, there may not have been anything included in the 2027 budget, except for maybe some facility capital requirements just for that in year. Staff wanted to take a bit of a holistic approach to this. So what could happen, as an example, if council was to go with option one, the status quo, and staff puts in the 15 million or 12 million over the 5 years, we could get to 2027, the new council is making the decision. They could at that point say, no, take all that out, put the $200,000 and we want to do the study. And that would be allowed. So we're not making any decisions. What we're doing is giving the next council a starting point for how they want these recreational facilities and administrative facilities to operate. I will just make one quick comment on the mayor's point. All new grants coming from the province and the federal government include a must be shovel ready, right? Must be ready to go, whether it's ready to go with the engineering or ready to go with the actual construction. So having the public consultation, which is what that 200,000 really would be done, so we know what we're building, would allow us would give us better information for those grant applications, because we would know what we want to include. Staff have made no assumptions as to what a recreational facility includes. It may include a pool, it may not. We don't know. We would like to go through this process to figure out what the community wants and what it's going to cost the community. I was always told that if you ask someone if they want a Ferrari, they're going to say yes until you tell them how much it's going to cost. And that's what this is doing, right? And if we went out to the public right now and said, do you want an indoor gym? Do you want an indoor pool? Do you want a new arena? Everybody is going to say yes. But we need to make sure that everybody knows what that will do for their annual property taxes. Without this 200,000, it's very hard to answer that question.
I'm gonna go to Councillor Ennis, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You've changed my thinking a little bit, so I appreciate that. It sounds to me like we need to go with option two to make it possible for the future council to make that decision. So in that case, I could change my thinking and go with option two.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, thanks, your worship, and thanks again, Mr. Dinsmore. I'm still uneasy about this. It's wonderful to look at the big picture, forward vision. I'm just not sure if our municipality is quite there yet, and I'm somewhat afraid that by looking at too many of these big ticket items, there may be an exclusion of the basics. We've got streets, we've got roads that are not in good shape. They're basic transportation items that gets everybody from home to work to pleasure, hopefully. A lot of this, we've talked about grants, and yes, there are grants out there, but you've got 444 municipalities in Ontario reaching out for them. And the chances of our municipality, they are as good as any of the others, but there aren't 444 huge grants out there, I'm sure of that. We're talking about maybe a $20 million OPP station that we may get a grant for some of it. We're trying to dredge a harbor, and it's at least $500,000 just to get started on the dredging. I really, yeah, I mean, it's great to have a vision. It's great to have some kind of an idea of where you want to go, but I don't think we're there yet. I think we've got we're looking at third base, and I don't think we've got the first base yet. So I just think it's premature. I think it's great to have a discussion. Yes, we know something has to be done, likely within the next 10, 15 years, but I'm not content to get into something today. Thank you.
I think that CAO Everett would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just from a few years in the community services and recreation aspect, doing a feasibility study, it's a good start. Councillor Greenfield mentions we're on third base. I'd say we're still in the dugout, and trying to get an idea of where we need to go. I could provide a very lengthy list of the facilities that need dramatic investment that we have today, whether it be a tennis court, whether it be a waterfront, whether it be a campground. There's a lot of our facilities that are extremely deficient in where they need to be. Having an idea of what the future of a pool is, an arena is, I would have to say a feasibility study would have to look at, is it even in Meaford? Like, you have to look at your neighbors. The days of doing your own facility, in my opinion, are long gone because each municipality can't bear the cost. I can tell you the arena, the new complex in Wasaga Beach cost about $60 million. In 2021, I believe it was budgeted for 43 million. By the time it was constructed, it was at 60 million. Over a course of 2 years, it increased. We need to get a vision, though. We need to really reflect on what we have today, because, I've been here just over a year now, and I'm really starting to recognize that what we thought some facilities just needed in repairs, they really need complete redos. They've had some facial surgery on them, but the bones and the structure are gone. When you're talking about facilities that are 1966, 1930 something. They do not owe the municipality anything. But it is really a time that we need to look at what are the nice to haves, to Councillor Bell's point, and what the needs truly are. I've heard lots about our roads. And I would have to say that that's got to be one of the priorities. I think why I like this report coming forward today was not so much that this council was being put in a position to make a decision that the future council was going to be tied to. I think it's a really good report for the future council to understand going into 2027 and the next term of council, the issues that they're going to have. That's what I'm looking forward to. I believe that's what staff's job is to really put it into the public information in the public sphere to understand that we need to build this municipality. And we need to sort of really take a look at what are the services that we're providing and what we need to provide, because we can't be everything to everyone. I think 2027, having that discussion in a budget deliberation, irregardless if it's status quo or not, I think this discussion has served the next term of council well already. If people are thinking about running, and if the public's listening to this, I very rarely go into the arena without somebody saying to me, "Oh, when are we going to get a new rink?" This puts it at least on the radar, because to be honest with you, we wouldn't need a double rink. I think there's huge benefit if you were to take a look at replacing a pool. You wouldn't replace it with an outdoor pool, right? There are some things that, in my opinion, from the recreation field are just given. Why would you invest in building an outdoor pool when at the end of the day you invest and you cover it and you get year-round use? So I think the feasibility study, like it helps us, and it helps us. Even if I will say the feasibility study is not going to be shovel ready. That's not going to give you a shovel ready project. It's just going to give you the idea of what the facility needs to be made up of. So then you can start your engineering on having an actual shovel ready. And the last 2 points, nothing in Sam's report was dictating whether or not this was going to be in a rural area or an urban area. Nothing in Sam's report also identified that the end product wasn't the existing facility. It was just, can we focus on what do we need in the future? I've seen way too many municipalities do these studies, and it becomes just a wish list, and you get nothing. Collingwood was a great example. 25 years ago, I think it was, they were looking at Fisher Field. And they opened it up what everybody wants, and they missed all their funding opportunities. And at the end of the day, they missed a really big opportunity to centralize things. We're here, like Town of Blue Mountains and Collingwood, they just, over the last 2 years, looked at doing a feasibility study and ended up deciding not to partner. So there's lots of information that we have to look at. And the last piece, just in regards to the harbor and downtown and merging those, I personally think that would be the wrong thing, because again, that would be assuming that what we're talking about would be in the rural or in the urban downtown area. I think the two could go hand in hand 100%, but I think they're completely separate projects.
So now to proceed, I need some advice from Clerk Wilton Siegel. And here's the question. The recommendation is option X. We also have option 1 and option 2. Will I look for a motion for option 1 first and vote on that, and then?
Thank you, Your Worship. My recommendation to council would be that if a member of council feels that option 1 or option 2 is their preference, that they put forward an amending motion to replace X with 1, and council can discuss that. Or alternatively, if a member of council feels that option 2 should be discussed, they would put forward an amending motion for replacing it with option 2, and then the debate can be had and the vote can be taken at that time.
And to be clear, option 1 is to move forward spending 12 $1.6 million, I think it is, on repairs to existing facilities. And option 2 is to budget 200,000 for the 2027 budget to have a study of requirements for these facilities. Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, on that basis, would recommend, I would move that it be option 2. Been to too many ECDev conferences recently where Stratford took big swings and ended up hitting home runs. If you don't have a map, you're not going to get anywhere.
And is there a seconder for that? Are you seconding that? Thank you. Okay. Then does everybody understand, we're going to call a vote on whether or not you agree with option 2, which is to budget $200,000 for a study, which will give staff the direction they need to help the next council move forward on this whole issue. That's how I interpret it anyway. Anyone have a question about what we're going to vote on? Councillor Ennis?
More of a comment. I'm just wanted to say out loud that I'm sort of approaching this like we spoke about earlier today in item on the agenda 9.1A, where the report wasn't about disposing of land. It was about considering it as an opportunity, talking to neighboring properties, talking to the community, and exploring that option. So I'm seeing nods from staff. So option 2 to me is essentially the same sort of process. And so I would be happy to support that.
Then are you ready to vote for option 2? All in favor? Those opposed? I think those in favor have won the day. And the vote was 5-2, correct? Okay.
My apologies, Your Worship, for interrupting, but because that was an amending motion, we do need a final vote on the main motion. So now the main motion will be that Council, Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve option 2 as outlined in report. And then that will move on to
Thank you. So
Council.
can I do need a mover and seconder for this? No, okay, then but you want to vote. So are we voting to confirm option 2? All in favor? Beg your pardon? The whole report, okay. And those opposed? And it's the same 5-2 vote, I believe. Okay. So now, and I'm going to make people aware that at 4:30 or thereabouts, we are going to have a recess because we have a planning public meeting at 5 o'clock this afternoon. And I'm just hoping we can get through the majority of our agenda with the time that is left. So at this point, under Development Services, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to initiate a request for pre-qualification RFPQ process for the 3 surplus residential parcels identified, and 2, endorse exploration of a tiny home community model subject to feasibility and market response. And number 3, direct staff to report back with results and next steps. A mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you. And maybe you should speak to this because it is really your project, and I congratulate you on the way this has been brought forward, and a lot of work went into it, and a lot of your personal contacts to see about the feasibility of this. So go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to speak to this report, and I want to thank Director Can for all of her efforts in bringing that to us so expeditiously. So with this, I'm just very, very pleased to have this conversation today, and I certainly can confirm that there is a great deal of interest from our residents in seeing this project move forward. I've heard from people of all ages that they feel this is a really, really good project for Meaford. I think it's exciting. We could be the first community in Grey County to have a full tiny home community in our backyard. And I see it as, structured in such a way that the homes are affordable and that it's well maintained and that it's a place that people can be proud to call home. And I know there's also interest from the development community in looking at the opportunity to respond to this RFI. So I am just feeling quite confident that we can see all of this come to fruition. And we understand there's a lot of steps in the process that was mentioned earlier today by a presenter. We understand we're a long way yet from actually making this happen, but you know, this is where we start. I like the location because it's walkable to downtown, and I think that's important for tiny homes. And I'm just very, very pleased to see this moving forward. And thank you again to you, Amy.
So Councillor Forder and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and appreciate Deputy Mayor with this initiative. And so I just looking for a little bit of clarification because I love the idea of a tiny home community, but is the goal of this to provide affordable housing to residents, or is the goal to provide a tiny home community? Because where I struggle with that is in the report, there are more affordable options. Tiny homes aren't technically more affordable. You're just buying a smaller home, so it's less money. But in terms of cost per square foot, it may actually be more expensive. So my question is our goal to provide more affordable housing to people who need it, or is the goal simply to provide a tiny home community so we can say we have a tiny home community and all the good things that come with that? And I'm not trying to say that to speak down of it because I think it's a great initiative. I'm just not really sure what the objective is for this tiny bit project. Are we considering other types of developments that have been referenced in the report itself? Or is it tiny home, take it or leave it? I just kind of want to know what the direction is of this initiative because that's going to sort of dictate the feedback that I have. So I just appreciate knowing what the end goal is of the tiny home initiative here.
Please, yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd be happy to respond to Councillor Forder. And I think to some degree it's both. I mean, a tiny home, as you suggested, it is a smaller home. So therefore the price tag is likely in the affordable range. And we have no idea at this point whether they're owned or leased or rented or life leased or land leased, or there's just so many different ways that it could be set up. So there's no idea at this point what that could look like. But yeah, in my mind, I see it as providing affordable living. But yes, definitely the community aspect of a tiny home community where there are, you know, a central gathering place and there's a fire pit and there's trails and community garden and that sort of thing where people can congregate. I see it as being that real community. But, you know, are we tied to an actual tiny home community, or could it be a pocket community? Or there's different ways of setting up small homes, whether it's a tiny home on its own little lot with its own little driveway, or whether it's a pocket community where houses are side by each and the driveway goes along behind them, and that keeps the front, very, very clean. I think I'm just interested to see when we get the responses to the RFI, what suggestions come back from the development community as to what it could look like. So there's, in my mind, not tied to any one look or format in my head. I just want to see what the options are. Does that help?
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this council may have forgot that I brought forward a motion that was adopted unanimously to advance to our building community that they look at the Ontario Building Code, what it says to be the minimal requirements in order to have a dwelling. Same thing. So one of the issues that I just did with math, talking about whether you're $300 a square foot or $400 a square foot, 14 feet by 14 feet at $400 a square foot is $78,000 for something. And I think somebody would be quite ridiculously to spend that kind of money for that kind of square footage, which is like a garden shed. So then I just said, well, let's do something 20 by 25. And then you get up there, well, you're at $200,000. Haven't bought the land. What's the service land underneath that? So it doesn't take long to hit that $400,000 mark. And you have to get a builder who wants to do this. So the initiative about doing it, I'm all for it. I'm interested to see what the building community can do with this. But then I looked up what a all seasons trailer, 8 by 40, 320 square feet. You can live in it all year round. You have your own spot, but now I'm talking about a trailer park. So what is it that we really want to see here? And I think that's the point from my fellow councillor Forder. Is it a series of really small dwellings, maybe for one or two individuals? What are we trying to do? So I think opening it up to the building community is the right thing to do. Let them tell us if it can be done. Because we just had an open house on Highway 26 not long ago. I think they're advertising opening units at 585,000. That's where they're at. So we're trying to cut that. And if we have it in our mind to cut it in half, how can we get somebody into a place for 300 or 350,000? So that's what the building community is going to tell us about this, whether there's even any appetite to do it. So I welcome it. I'm going to vote for it, see what happens with it. But it's interesting because, you know, you do have to pay for the labor. And I don't think any construction company is going to take a cut. Very rarely, you're going to need 300,000-400,000 to do a square footage. So that's the point.
Go ahead.
My apologies for interrupting, your worship. I have noticed that there is on the agenda, the reports recommendation has been updated and isn't reflected in the agenda index. So I wondered if I could just ask Allison to display. If you're looking at the report, you're seeing the recommendation. I think that was changed. And the index, if you look at the index, is different. So I just want everybody on council to be sure we're looking at the same recommendation. So if I could just ask that that be displayed. It's a slightly different recommendation with the same theme, but definitely not the same if you've looked at the index. So those who are looking at the report specifically, that recommendation has not changed from when you read the report. Does that make sense? So I just, again, to be clear what council is considering, this is correct. The index has been updated, but it may not have been reflected if you had been looking at it during this meeting. So this differs, I think, Mayor Kettner, from your index because you don't have the report. So if you go to the item, to the report in your binder, that recommendation is right.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do that. You can see just a bit of reading for these council meetings. So we're looking at 3 points in the recommendation here, and they're on the screen there now. Did you wish to speak to that point, or is it something else? Okay, let's go to Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. Okay, I noticed this. I thought we were doing an RFI, and then we've got different acronym here. So I'm wondering, I was quite comfortable with an RFI. I thought it was a great idea. Tiny homes do seem to be catching on. They seem to be popular. I looked on Google and I couldn't find anything negative about tiny home communities, and I thought that was kind of interesting. But anyway, so the request for pre-qualification, can you explain that a little bit further? Like, to me, it's the request for information was fairly general. Is this more specific? Is this going to reduce the potential number of ideas that are coming forward, or potential number of proposals? Can you help me on that?
Go ahead, Director Cann.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, to Councillor Greenfield. So the original notice of motion from Deputy Mayor Keaveney had indicated the pre-qualification idea. And so as I was crafting the report, I thought that the number of questions that still were sort of in the ether on the nature of the project, the viability of the project, might warrant sort of backing up and doing a request for interest instead. And that would allow us to sort of reach out to the community, the development community, and get a little more information on, from their expert perspectives, you know, what goes into their consideration, how viable is this in their minds, and maybe they hold information that we don't have by virtue of not being expert developers. So I sort of backed up on that, and then I embedded that in my recommendation back to council, if that sort of makes sense.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Amy. Just two more questions. I'm assuming the municipality still has the usual site plan agreement, opportunities, controls, or wish lists. And the next one is the neighbors, neighbor involvement, public involvement. Are we too soon for that? Or I'm hoping that will come into play somewhere down the road.
Again, through your worship, certainly. So not unlike the CAO's process for divestiture of public property or municipal property, there would be a public engagement process for that aspect alone if we were to consider sale of municipal lands. But on top of that, knowing that any development on these parcels will require Planning Act approvals, we will engage the public in accordance with the Planning Act on top of that. So they may be sort of concurrent processes, but you sort of have two double requirements to be able to engage the public on this proposal.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to come back to Councillor Bell's comments just for a couple of examples in relation to costing of these homes. And I mean, they can be high end or they can be, you know, regular normal materials like, you know, arborite countertops instead of stone sort of thing. But there was a model home in Collingwood last year that I went to see at the Home Hardware location. And it was, I think, 320 square feet with a selling price of $150,000 and a separate bedroom and a nice little kitchen with a stone countertop and, you know, washer and dryer, full bathroom and so on and so forth. Quality Homes is making tiny homes. And I went to see them. The smaller one is just over 500 square feet and, you know, full separate bedroom, full closet, kitchen again with stone countertops, electric fireplace, lots of amenities. And that one at just over 500 square feet sells for 199,000, and you still have to, you know, put it on your lot and hook up the servicing and so on. But just to give us a sense of costs, I just found that interesting. But I think the important thing for us to remember today is that, you know, there's no cost in what we're doing at this point. We're just looking for interest from the development community so that we have some proposals to consider. So if we move this forward today, no cost to the municipality. It's just put it out there and allow this council or the next council to have an opportunity to give consideration to whatever proposals come before it. So I just thought it was important to note the financial side of this today.
Councillor Forder.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So just a quick question. So, and I have no problem supporting this just to see what comes back. But will the bids or the information we get from the developers, will it just be tiny home specific? I apologize if I missed that. Or are we going to be asking developers to provide their, you know, most affordable options for the best use of the land that we're providing or that is available? So I'd just like to know if we're only going to be getting tiny home bids that might be limited in scope in terms of evaluating what other options could be used for that land. So what would that look like? And are we going to be opening up to more than just tiny home offerings? Like, let's say stacked townhouses, for example. Would that be something that we would accept a bid or a proposal from a developer who might be able to offer that, but not necessarily specific tiny homes?
I think I can help through your worship. With the information I have today, I likely would craft the request for interest or information with the thought that tiny homes is sort of the objective, but if it's council's wish that we sort of neutralize it a wee bit and put the request for interest out, noting that we'd be happy to receive suggestions of other forms. We can certainly do that. I'm in your hands in that regard.
Yes, okay.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be brief and thank you for that, Director Can. And so my only reason for that line of questioning was I just didn't want to limit our options to just tiny homes. If we do determine that there could be better use of that space, and ultimately if our goal is to make best use of that land and develop it for the benefit of the maximum number of people, I'd certainly like to benefit more people than less people, particularly if we can still make it affordable to them. Not to sort of derail this initial tiny home initiative, but I really think it would be in our best interest to challenge the developers to see what they can do to provide affordable housing of all kinds on that land and put the challenge out to them and see what they can come back. And of course, we don't have to commit to anything we don't want to, but I think, let's leave it in the minds of the creative developers and see what they could pull out of their hat. So that's just a suggestion. And I don't know if I have any support for that, but I would certainly suggest considering making an amendment to opening the scope a little bit rather than just tiny homes just to my comments. So I just don't know if any of my fellow councillors think that that's a pragmatic thing to be doing or not, but I'll leave it to you guys.
Did you wish to speak, Councillor Ennis?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would support Councillor Forder's idea. I love the idea of tiny homes. I know a lot of people that would be interested in moving into one and enjoying their life there. But I think that if we're gonna go for an initiative to give good, affordable, cost-effective options, it doesn't sit well with me to look at one specific type. I would want to prioritize cost efficiency versus the style.
And I'm tempted to, if we've got a mover and a seconder there, I have never heard of an affordable stacked townhouse. I've never heard of an affordable townhouse. I've never heard of an affordable single dwelling or duplex. Does somebody have affordable, like what is the number? It's way below attainable. And we have trouble getting the standard size houses into the attainable category. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think those are great points. So if the building community comes back and all of their non-tiny options are financially not considerable by us for these purposes, then great, the decision is absolutely made from a financial perspective. But if they come back with a model that does work and does make sense and could provide achieve the goal here, at least as I interpret Deputy Mayor Keaveney's goals, if we achieve that through a different option, then that would be great. To Councillor Bell's point of just looking at kind of square footage costs, I think it is incredible that Loon Call is doing it for the prices that they are doing it. And if we can drive that down even further, kind of however a builder is able or a developer is able to achieve that, I would want to consider and I would want to look at. I don't build houses, so I don't know what they might come up with, but
so I think we got a mover and a seconder, and that we should proceed. Can you develop a motion for their?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if Councillor Forder is able to offer a little bit more clarity in the wording that he would like reflected to replace, as I'm understanding it, the tiny home development with something more broad.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and if I may. So just going off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure how I'd word it, but I would be open to receiving any and all suggestions from developers on how they could provide their best affordable housing option, whatever that looks like. I would say there's nothing, off the table, because if it doesn't, like to what Councillor Ennis said, if it doesn't fit our criteria and it's not a good fit for whatever reason, we simply just dismiss it and we move on to the next. But I just think we need to broaden the scope a little bit and put the challenge out to the developers and see if they can get creative and provide us with some options that maybe we haven't considered. So if you can magician that a little bit, Margaret, I'd appreciate that, but that would be sort of the gist of my my motion there. Thank you.
Until we get this motion on the floor, please, we'll just.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might just be a minute. I just wanted
Sure.
to confer with our Director of Development Services to make sure that the wording would be appropriate.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Do you want me to declare a 2-minute recess? Well, why don't we do that? We've been at the table a long time here, so a 2-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 3:51.
3:55, right?
just having a little challenge reconvening this council, but I think, and then you gave us an inch, we took a mile, I'm sorry. However, I think we are ready to proceed, and we've got a motion here, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Ennis, that the motion be amended by adding and/or affordable housing options following development in clause 1. So clause 1 then is going to read,
My apologies. That's how it would read. It's a little bit tricky when it's in isolation. So that's an example, if it were to pass, how the main motion would read, but that's not how the main motion reads now with the red.
is that agreeable to the mover and seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. For now, yeah, I think that sort of sums up what I was thinking initially, but I know there likely be some comments from members around the table that would maybe help improve the wording if anybody has any ideas. I know the wording is really tricky, but I think that is a very good starting point, and I welcome everybody's input to see if there's a good final product that we can all look at.
Okay. So other comments, suggestions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll start it off, and I'll just I appreciate the intent and I'm fine with that. I think my concern is the word affordable because we don't have an actual definition in Meaford for what is considered affordable. We know it's 30% of someone's income, but that doesn't necessarily give us a dollar amount to, again, define what we're looking for here. So I'm looking for other wording, which I think Councillor Ennis can help us with, that would replace the word affordable.
So Ennis?
You through, Mr. Mayor. I was thinking something along the lines of saying cost efficient housing options or housing models. And then in the request, essentially explain that we'd like to see a good balance of final cost and cost per square foot. And then that sort of, I think, still probably guides towards a tiny home option. And I'm sure there will be a lot of really great offerings. But then it also allows for other ideas to come in that still service sort of the overarching goal.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so the motion that Councillor Forder would then be bringing instead to clarify the wording. I mean, there are two ways we could do this, but if you're tabling the motion right now, it would be and or cost-effective housing options rather than and or affordable housing options is what you'd like. The alternative is, of course, to vote on this one, we vote it down, and then we have another motion, but to go ahead if that's what you're wanting to work on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I may, yes, I like the wording from Councillor Ennis. I think it's smarter wording to use than using the term affordable.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just go on record that I would be, much more inclined to consider a motion down the road to make a similar call for a truly affordable housing in Meaford, where we would perhaps, we do have a pretty considerable surplus of land in the community, and we could perhaps designate a more suitable parcel and offer it for truly affordable housing. I just don't want to chase tiny home builders away from the proposal that we're making at this point. That's my concern about this. Or at least CAO Everett, you maybe have some thoughts to help us through this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, the direction I think is fine. It gives staff all the guidance that they require. I think one of the pieces that I just want to be mindful of that included in an RFI is identifying how the long-term affordability remains. The issue with affordable housing, in my opinion, is real estate is a free market. it only is affordable at the first purchase. That you can turn it over and make double your money. So there has to be the element within any development agreement that they have to prove how the unit, how the property is going to continue to be within that affordable criteria. That's the only way this works. Or else, you know, the developer, whoever is, they may be in at a certain level, but it's that new homeowner who flips it who gets to make the money. And that's where typically these things fall off the rail. There are ways of doing it. The question is whether or not the industry wants to go down that road, because there isn't necessarily the money that they would make at the end of the rainbow. But if it's truly about, you know, making these units attainable or affordable or whatever the word we want to use, having that mechanism in place, part of the RFI, is incredibly important so they know what the rules of the game are going in. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I completely agree with what our CAO is saying, and I'm wondering to that intent, do we also need, at this point in time, to include in the RFI any incentives that might be on the table through our CIP? Because, you know, that the side of this, the financial side of this is critically important. And so I think that's a question developers are going to come back with, you know, what skin are we going to have in the game, so to speak? So what's in our CIP that could assist in keeping these homes? I know we're going to use the word affordable, even though we're talking about doing this in a different way, but I think we all understand in our minds where we're trying to get to here is that, yeah, we want these price points to be doable for people who are looking for this minimalistic type of living, and we want them to stay that way. So I think that's generally how it works, is that the municipality participates in some fashion. So Director Can, what's in our CIP that could support this?
Through your worship, I'm happy to answer that question. So there's a few ways to look at this, thinking of our new CIP that unfortunately is currently under appeal. But thinking of when the CIP does come into force, it would be an option under the CIP for council to be able to offer lands at a discount or for free, if that is of interest to council. Otherwise, there are other incentive programs that could be offered to the developer. If, for example, the units constructed were for purpose-built rental, then there are incentives available. There are planning and building application fee rebates and that kind of thing. So depending on how we wanted to look at it, and on exactly the type of development that is before us ultimately, the CIP, once it comes into force, would definitely be available for the developer or council to use to sort of bolster this financially. So hope that helps.
So are we going to alter this clause as the mover and seconder have asked?
Thank you, Your Worship. It has been updated to what Councillor Forder would like to have as the motion for the amending clause. So,
Oh,
and
yes,
or
yeah, I see that
cost-effective
now, and/or
housing
cost
options,
effective. Okay,
yes.
all right. Is there any more discussion, or can we vote on this motion? And I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is unanimous. So let's come back to, pardon? Yeah, we have to go back to the original here, and we've and it's already on the floor. But we've added this to it. So and just call a vote on this as it was worded now, correct?
I would say if there are no other changes to this motion, then it would be appropriate to have the vote on the final main motion. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't see any discussion on that, so let's go ahead and vote. All in favor? And any opposed? So that is carried unanimously, and thank you, everyone. I hope everyone is, satisfied with that. The next item is with Director Paraj Mabid here. The recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to bring forward a bylaw to implement a 40-kilometer speed limit on municipal roads in urban Meaford. 2, request the County of Grey to consider implementing a 40-kilometer speed limit on Grey Road 7 from Syke Street South to Muir Street. And 3, authorize the treasurer to transfer $40,500 from the Roads, Streetlights, and Drainage Reserve Fund to fund signage and communications. Can I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Forder and Councillor Greenfield. Thank you. Discussion on this? Did you wish to speak to it, Tori?
Through your worship, I'd be happy to. Through our transportation master plan, it did provide a recommendation to bring forward to council a 40-kilometer speed limit in our urban boundaries. There were changes to the Highway Traffic Act in 2017 that allow for municipalities to establish an entire area at a speed limit of less than 50 kilometer an hour. Previously, you would have had to have signed all the roads within those areas, and now you can create these gateway speed limit signage that allow for that lower speed limit within larger areas without the additional signage. And so municipalities have been looking to reduce speed limits in some of their urban areas through this new ability through the Highway Traffic Act. And so with that recommendation in the Transportation Master Plan, we wanted to bring it forward to council to see if there was appetite to complete this within our urban area. As a part of the report, we've also identified some alternative options, and those included some things that could be done alongside this reduction, as well as items that could be done instead of it. And so we could look at adding as well those reduced speed limits in our rural settlement areas in conjunction with the urban area. Instead of doing this, we can continue to look at specific speed limit reductions. And alongside it, obviously, there's always the ability to complete traffic calming as it helps with more of the enforcement of the changed speed limits. And so staff have identified the cost of the signage as well as a communications plan if council wishes to proceed with the implementation of this. And we estimate it would cost about $40,000 and feel that it would provide great benefit from a safety perspective, as there have been many studies that have shown that reducing the speed limit, even that 10 kilometers an hour, provides a significant decrease in fatalities on our roadways.
Thank you very much. Comments or questions on this? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate Director Perry maybe not bringing this forward to us because we all hear about speeding every day. We're hearing about this issue, not just in Meaford, it's in the county, it's everywhere. People just can't seem to slow down these days. So, but from what I'm hearing in the community, lowering to 40 is great. But what's going to happen to enforce it? If this is not enforced, then people are still going to drive at whatever speed they normally do. So I just want to understand if there's been conversation at this point with the OPP, if council agrees to do that, can we count on them to have a presence in our urban area to make sure that people understand that we mean business moving to 40?
Through your worship, I have reached out to the OPP, but haven't received comment to date with regards to this program. I also didn't mention I have reached out to the county and the MTO as well. And depending on council's wishes, there's potential appetite to change speed limits within their roadways as well. Obviously, we are recommending that the school zone mimic the municipal roadways, but there is an ability to ask for additional. They would review it on their end, and we wouldn't necessarily be able to provide any more input on that. But to date, there hasn't been additional input from the OPP. I do know in the past when we have implemented specific areas that are community safety zones, the OPP did identify that having those varied speed limits all over the urban area they weren't able to enforce because some areas would have been 40 and some of them would have been 50. And so I hope that they do provide us some input because it would be helpful to understand if the blanketed 40 is more helpful for them to enforce than varying locations throughout the municipality.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As much as it'd be a nice thought to think that, I'm just gonna, and then I'll bring it up at the next OPP board meeting, but I'm gonna say the likelihood of them actually sitting in Meaford and enforcing it would be pretty minimal at best. They have to cover a very large area with a very limited amount of officers, and the reality is every municipality would love to have the police sitting in their community, just sitting there watching for speeders. The reality is that's probably not very likely. So they are, as Tori has said, they're hoping, and they will have obviously spot availability, but they're hoping that lowering speed limits is a responsibility, and you will get X amount of the population that adheres, and you know that you're going to get X that doesn't, and you kind of work around that. I do like the idea of other calming measures in areas that we know are concerning, because that is, again, something that they also recommend at those meetings as ways to try and help curb constant speeding areas of problems. So, but I will bring it up at next OPP board meeting and ask as well. But yeah, past conversations don't lead towards that.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So to put a point on this, I'm really not interested in dropping the speed limit at all. I think we've seen that this council has heard from neighborhoods like Ridge Road in particular. They came, they talked, and council moved to do a reduction in that particular area. The report says that even when you do something like that, the traffic flow basically is the same. But I certainly just don't want to see us just do a blanket statement that you're going to slow right down when you come into the town of Meaford. And then more than that, a recommendation to go out. You take a look at Annan. You go to Annan and you're there and you're going over the hill and you're heading down to Leith and it's 80 kilometers an hour and you're going to change that to that. They're not going to like that for a minute. And then out at Woodford, up at the going around that, you're going to be in trouble. And then the little spot that's just outside of that, I'm not going for that. And I'm not going to do the one down in Bogner either, or out at Rockford. So as far as dropping the speed limits down to 40 kilometers an hour, I'm just not interested in doing that. If people want to come and tell us that their road's a problem, I'll entertain the conversation then.
Councillor, or at least Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to Councillor Bell's comments, I think the more we have some at 40 and some at 50, then there's confusion out there as drivers may not be paying really close attention to, which road they're on. But we've heard about Bayfield several times and the concern around the new splash pad and the little beach that we need to undertake some traffic calming measures there. And one of those would be a reduction in speed. And I do believe at some point other traffic calming measures are coming for that particular section. But just in respect to Bogner, at the Bogner board meeting last week, I did bring forward the mention that this report was coming up before council, and the members of the board suggested that they would like to see the speed limit drop to 40 in that urban section of Bogner where kids are going back and forth between the community center and the ballpark. So I think we're going to get different answers from different members of the community. But I would like to ask Tori then, when you have that conversation with the OPP and the same with Councillor Urick, if that information could come back to council to help us understand their willingness in supporting if this passes the reduction to 40. I think, if it goes to 40, at least then it's clear that that's what it is all over town, not just on some roads, because you're right on Ridge. I guess the hope always is if the speed limit is 50, that they'll drive 60. If it's 50, they'll drive, if it's 40, they'll drive 50. I mean, that's kind of typically how people drive. So at least you slow it down potentially a little bit. But anyway, I'll leave that with you, Tori, to let us know when you get a response.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I kind of look at it like an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And if this is an initiative that can make our roads safer, and if it could even save one life, I would just hate for there to be an instance where we had an opportunity to make a road safer by reducing the speed, and then there was a tragic event, and then we have to live with that. I agree, not everybody's going to follow the speed limit, but to the deputy mayor's point is that if you lower it, it will hopefully bring down the average speed that people are traveling on. But there are statistics that do back this up, that if you reduce from 50 to 40, risk of pedestrian death is decreased by 35%. And so I'm in favor of this. If it can save one person's life, that's, to me, that's a step in the right direction. Community safety is something we should take very seriously, and I would hate to be in a reactive situation where we had a chance to do something and something bad happened. So I'll be in favor of this one. Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in favor of dropping the speed limit in the settlement areas down to 40. The only one that we can do individually would be Woodford, since all the others involve county roads. That would be up to the county. And I was actually wondering about, not today necessarily, but in the future, introducing another area, and that is that's in a hamlet that we no longer call a hamlet, but I still think of as a hamlet, and that's Greersville. And as you turn off County Road 7 and go east on Greersville, there's quite a number of residential dwellings there, and I think that would perhaps be another place in the future. But I think in conversation recently with some good folks out at Leith, they suggested, and this pertained to the Bayshore Road, that the speed limit on it should be 40 kilometers. So I'd like to see it dropped. Yes, it's going to involve enforcement. Like any and all other enforcement, I think we'll do the best job we can. But as the deputy mayor says, 60 means 50, 70 means 60. So there is some benefit.
I'm definitely voting in favor of this motion for the simple reason that I could give you a list as long as my arm of the municipalities that are agitating to have the speed limit lowered. There's, Leith is just one of many, and I think that this is we'll just be faced with piecemealing this, over and over and over again. So that's my reason for supporting it anyway. And I also subscribe to Councillor Forder's idea. Those statistics are pretty compelling, how much safer pedestrians and people in automobiles are when the speed limit is 40 versus 50 in the built-up areas. Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just I appreciate the statistics on how changing the speed affects rates of incidences. I'm just curious though, if we have data on how unsafe our roads actually are. Because I feel like I'm just voting to reduce a number, but for all I know, it could be very minimal anyway. And I agree that saving even one life is desirable, but I would like to know that background.
Through your worship, I guess safety on roads can be measured through many different metrics. I did review our current average speed and 85th percentile speeds on our urban roadways as I was preparing this report. And it was actually really interesting to see that a majority of our roads already have speeds below 50 kilometers an hour. And so this change of speed limit might actually be more in tune to what people are actually traveling on the roads. However, there are locations where we do get residents identifying on a regular basis concerns with speeds. And two of the ones that we have in recent years made changes to are Miller Street and Pearson and Ridge Road, which we've dropped to that 40 kilometers an hour. Through our traffic count data, we have seen slight reductions in average speed in those two locations because of the items that were done on those two roads, both some traffic calming as well as that reduction in speed. And so again, it varies. If additional data was requested from council, we can definitely look into other avenues of assessing safety on our roadways. But from looking at other municipalities, and as kind of discussed here, that if the speed is reduced or the speed limit's reduced, on average, municipalities are seeing those reduction in speeds overall. And so I don't see why we wouldn't see similar trends that other municipalities are seeing, which then lend to those statistics that are identified in the report.
Councilor Ennis?
So follow-up, thank you. Then I'm wondering also if there's a comment on how changing the speeds like this would affect traffic flow. Because things are going to get busier over time, and so if we make a step now that's going to change the speed essentially forever, functionally, what the impacts of that could be. And just thinking about residents who comment on speed, I know a lot of people personally who will comment on everybody blowing by their house and, say, oh, my road is in a raceway, and then get in a car and speed past somebody else's house. So I don't I appreciate their concerns, and there are some roads that are, the way they're built and designed lends itself to people kind of ripping through. Like I think Ridge Road is a great example. Bayfield is kind of an interesting example because I feel like most people on Bayfield aren't looking at the road, they're looking at the water, which, slower speed's probably good for that. But for the most part, I feel like everything's pretty safe. So I don't see a need to reduce it just because. But I'm also cognizant of, we'll obviously feel terrible if we don't do it and it was something preventable. So I don't know. I feel like I need a better sense of that side of the equation before I would feel comfortable just deciding right now to change all the speed limits.
Tori, please.
Through your worship, to speak to traffic flow. Miller Street is one of our busiest municipal roadways within the municipality. And there has been no change in traffic flow when we've reduced the speed limit to from 50 kilometers an hour to 40. I'm not aware of any changes to or issues that created. Pearson and Ridge is another really good example. It also has a higher traffic flow in comparison to a lot of our municipal roads. And again, there's been no traffic concerns identified with regards to flow or the amount of traffic that we're now seeing. And those the amount of vehicles on those roads have also continued to increase over time. And again, the change in speed limit hasn't affected how the flow of the traffic is occurring on those roads. So using those two as an example within our own municipality, I don't see that the roads that would have less flow would be of concern. And this is part of the reason why staff have identified keeping those arterial roads, so both Nelson Street as well as Sykes Street, Highway 26, at that 50 kilometer an hour, so that, those are designed to be higher flow roads and accept more traffic. And so to keep those at the 50 kilometer an hour so that cars can still travel through our municipality and through downtown Meaford and not experience any negative impacts due to changes, but then on our lower volume roads have that reduction in speed.
Councilor Yorick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ennis, just maybe help you a little bit. Statistically, the OPP 25 annual report last year, in 2023, there were 4, 2024, there were 9, and 2025, there were 11 fatalities. So that's all of Grey Bruce area. So are we a high area of, literally fatalities? No. Having said that, speeding in 2023, there were 2,004 issued, 2024, 1936, 25, 1927, it's coming down. And they do attribute that as well to more coverage by OPP, more actual OPP coverage. But again, they do say that, yes, reducing speed is helping in that factor, because the more you can make aware, the more people actually do somewhat. So if you can get a percentage slowing down, contributes to the overall. So take those stats for what it's worth.
Councillor Ennis?
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Urick, just wondering then, are those stats applied to like urban settlement areas, or are they just across the counties? Okay.
I'm going to call the vote if people are ready. All in favor? Opposed? Well, that is a 5-2 vote. Thank you very much. Now, we have a planning public meeting coming up at 5 p.m. this afternoon, and our council chambers are already beginning to fill for that meeting. So I'm going to temporarily adjourn. Go ahead, tell us what we should be doing.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to comment that it might be an appropriate time for a motion to extend the proceedings, because typically we have a 3.5 hour and it's 4:30 now. So we'll have a motion to extend, and then if council wants to continue or take a recess prior to the 5 o'clock, we'll reorganize the agenda to move the planning public meeting up for when the 5 o'clock, because we are in the middle of the regular
So
council
you want to
agenda.
barrel on, right?
So, no, sorry, my first item would be if we could have a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes.
That would be great. And then it's sort of council's wish if we want to work through one more report, or if we want, if council wishes to
Sure.
take a 25-minute break, then that might be appropriate as well to let people come in.
There are actually 3 items left on the committee of the whole agenda, and they are pretty they're not controversial, and I imagine we could cover that before we adjourn. So let's do that, but I need a motion to continue beyond 4:30 this afternoon. Councillor Urick and Councillor Greenfield, all in favor? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously, and we'll move on to legislative services. Sorry.
Item G, which is an award report, is the next one on the index.
Oh, right, okay. The way it is presented here, it looks like it's the report we just passed. Proposed urban speed limit is in caps right above it, sorry. So then the 4 items, and this one again is not, I don't think, contentious. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the award of tender Transportation 2026-16 supply and delivery of various fuel and oil products to 941-2401 Heating Limited. That's Brian's Fuel at a tendered cost of $2,791,387, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST over a 5-year agreement. And 2, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Bell and Councillor Greenfield, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this from staff? Tori?
Through your worship, thank you. This is a standard award report for us to proceed with a new fuel contract. Just some key things to note. While we only received 1 bid, we do feel that it is quite competitive in reviewing the last tendering process. When we did receive multiple bids, the successful bid was 2 cents under rack rate, while this bid is between 7 and 9 cents below rack rate. So it will reduce what we're currently spending, which we see quite favorable. The other benefit is we won't need to transition any of the existing infrastructure we have with Brian's Fuel. So there's benefit as well to have that continuity. But otherwise, the only other thing I did want to note is while this is presented in yearly costs, it's very much based on what fuel prices are. And so everything is based on rack rate. In May, when this went out as a tender, the rack rate was higher than what we're seeing today. I looked at to see, and I have, as I was preparing this report. And so, for example, the regular fuel rack rate today is $1.25 is what, but in the tendering process, it was identified as an example at $1.47. So obviously we know things right now are going up and down with what is happening around the world, but these specific bigger bucket items per year doesn't mean that we'll actually spend that. It will change with what the industry costs are.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thank you, through you to Victoria. Thanks. I'm wondering a couple of things. First of all, is the turmoil in the Middle East one of the reasons why we only got one bid? Could that be a factor on that? And I guess the other reason is this absolutely fixed rate? Are there any straight of floor moves conditions involved in this, or is this going to be the 5-year number?
Through your worship, there's a potential that the uncertainty in the industry is why we only received one bid, but obviously we don't know if that is the reason. So the contract is set up that the rate we pay is based on the Toronto rack rate. So yes, whatever happens with pricing for fuel based in Toronto, that is the price we pay. And so depending on if fuel costs increase or decrease, this contract will increase and decrease with those. And as I had stated, as of today, those costs are actually lower than what we tendered this out as. So if we were to have tendered this today, this report would have looked slightly different with slightly lower costs. But we all know that there's uncertainties around this as of right now. But this is how these are set up, is that yes, it is based on the fluctuating costs. And what we will be spending is that 7 to 9 cents below what those costs are, whereas in our current contract, we were spending 2 cents below what those costs are. So regardless of those costs, we will be seeing a cost savings between the last contract and this contract.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and I guess this would be to Tory. So the prices that are provided here below the Toronto rack rate, does that represent the complete delivered price, or are there other charges like fees, fuel surcharges? Is that an all-in price, or?
Through your worship, this is the all-in price that we would be seeing on our invoices.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging me. And so obviously this contract does have the option to extend for 5 one-year terms. Is that something after the 5 years that would come back to council, or who has the authority to extend that?
Depending on the price, but yes, this price is because of the price of this, it would be coming to council because it's over that threshold of the $200,000.
Any other questions? I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? So that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is for legislative services. The recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, enact a bylaw to adopt a policy governance framework, and 2, direct staff to undertake a review of the municipality's existing policies and bring forward a policy inventory and review schedule for council's consideration as outlined in Report Legislative Services 2026-09. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor, or at least Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell. Do you wish to speak to that, clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think probably Allison and I are prepared to take any questions. I just want to comment that probably this is the clerkiest clerk report ever to have a policy of policies. So if there are any questions, we're happy to take them. Thank you.
Okay. So you'll take our questions. Okay, so Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the background comments, the very first paragraph. When I read this, I have to ask the question, has this council been doing something which staff feels is improper? Because we got reminded what the Municipal Act says about council making the decisions and staff implementing those decisions. And I believe that we have been doing that. Going down and reading it farther, that says we've got policies that we're doing that are not right, that we need to review them. I'm just interested as why was the Municipal Act quoted on the responsibilities of roles and responsibilities of council and staff if what we're really doing is saying we've got some policies that simply need to be reviewed. I just didn't know why we were reminded of our duty.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I would note that the background, of course, serves as background not only to council, but to the public and to anyone else that might be reading the report. And so while, of course, council is well apprised of their role as it comes to the division of responsibility, that maybe is not so obvious to the casual reader or follower of council agendas. The other piece that I'll note is that the idea of a policy governance policy is to really lay out in plain terms how we are working to move our policy aims forward. And so having that background and having the ability to say, this is why, and this is really the legislated root of why we're making our decisions this way, is the reason that you see that citation. The reference a little bit further on to the policy cleanup that needs to be done is specific both to the policies that have been before council. And so I would say there are policies that are on the books now that council has adopted by bylaw that perhaps do live in the role of staff, and that's on staff. Council didn't pull those out of their own hat, right? Staff presented them to adopt. And so what we want to do is just take a fulsome look at all of the policies that exist currently and make sure that we've put them in the right bucket, in the administrative bucket or the governance bucket, and make sure that we are continuing to review those going forward so that we don't have policies on the books that are out of date or inappropriate.
Other questions? Deputy Mayor?
Just two quick things, if I may, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm pleased to see that our legislative department is able to bring this forward. It tells us that we've got, staff in place, the capacity to undertake a project such as this, because I'm sure it's something that kind of stayed on the edge of a desk for a while. So that's very reassuring. But from what you just told us, Allison, I'm wondering that, are you also reviewing any councillor motions that may not have seen themselves come to fruition at this point, and may some of those then fall into these categories where they will end up now being reviewed and as you suggested, land in the appropriate staff person's bucket?
Thank you. And through the mayor, I believe that is our intention, that prior to the end of this term of council, we will have a look at all of the outstanding councillor motions that have come forward, and we will report back to council about the disposition of those. So does that actually belong in staff's bucket? Have we achieved it? Or is it still on someone's work plan and we're waiting to get there?
Okay. Any other comments, questions? I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Allison. And we have one more here, which is the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report Legislative Services 2026-10 access to information and privacy update. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Do you wish to speak to that one, Allison?
No, thank you. I'll just accept your questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? I think it's pretty straightforward. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. And now we're going to hear from Deputy Mayor Keaveney on an update on County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. County Council last met on July the 9th. The agenda was on the shorter side, and it began with a request from Councillor McQueen to pull the minutes of the prior meeting for further discussion of the urban roads transfer report. Staff had incorporated points raised by council at our last meeting, and I believe in terms of our own situation that to put it bluntly, it's as good as it's going to get. Meaford will now receive $2,453,431 in transitional funding over the next 10 years for the two sections coming our way, which, as we know, is Gray Road 7 from Muir Street to Highway 26 and Gray Road 12 from Gardner to Sykes. A bylaw supporting the appointment of Sue Murray as acting treasurer and Garrett Reed as deputy treasurer was passed. Recently, Mary Lou Spicer, who's been with the county for 24 years in the finance department, has retired. A second bylaw was passed to adopt Amendment 30 to the Grey County Official Plan affecting lands in Normandy Township in the municipality of West Grey, changing that zoning from agricultural to agricultural with exception, and that will allow residential lot creation. Manager of Transportation Trevor Ireton presented a video to council, and I wonder if this is something we could do. It was really quite wonderful. And the video overviewed all of the completed capital projects from 2025, and they included 5 kilometers in Southgate, 5.3 kilometers on Gray Road 14, 11.1 kilometers on Gray Road 2, 9.7 on Gray Road 25, 6.6 kilometers on Gray Road 119, and 10 culvert replacements on Gray Road 30 at a total cost of $13 million. But it was just really great to see all of the work that had been done. Council heard the presentation of the 2025 audit completed by MNP. The audit must be approved by council before the final report can be signed. The auditors found no deficiencies and provided a clear opinion on the county's financial position as of December the 31st, 2025. The next report brought an update to the Bruce Gray Dufferin Wellington Transit Study. This regional working team is studying a unified transit plan for the 4 counties. This is the largest public transit collaboration currently underway in the province. It was decided that information would continue to be gathered over the summer with existing routes continuing during the study period, along with the addition of the Owen Sound to Wyerton route number 5 so people can get to Sauble Beach. Ridership and potential funding sources will be assessed with a report coming to the new council to determine the next steps on public transit. The updated official plan for the settlement areas of Durham and Neustadt in the municipality of West Grey was adopted, with staff stating the plan met requirements of the Grey County official plan and the provincial planning statement, with the land use schedules conforming to both. The corporate financial update revealed a few deficits to budget, such as an unexpected boiler failure at Sydenham campus and the unpredicted severity of our past winter season. The planning department at Grey County is also operating in a shortfall, as we are in Meaford, with fewer than anticipated applications underway. Again, Councillor McQueen from Grey Highlands pulled a letter from the Grey Highlands to the county requesting support for consideration of physical traffic calming measures for the hamlet of Kimberley. So this really fits in with what we were talking about earlier in relation to speed reductions. After a very significant discussion, a motion was passed to have staff investigate options for physical traffic calming measures for all hamlets and built-up areas across Grey County, not just those in Kimberley. So I think this will benefit all of us. And as we know, speeding is a major problem everywhere, but we do hear that physical barriers, such as what they have in Bruce County and areas like Tara, actually make a difference in slowing drivers down. So I thought that might be a solution to consider for Bayfield Street. And Mr. Mayor, that's it, unless you wanted to add anything.
Not really. Is there any other boards or commissions to be heard from at this meeting? Okay, then I am ready to entertain a motion to move out of Committee of the Whole. Councillor Urick and Councillor Greenfield, thank you. And that would be at 4:49 p.m. And all in favor? Any opposed? There we are. So I think at this point, we have a number of items that remain on the agenda for today, and we're going to recess and come back to those items following the public planning meeting scheduled at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So with that, we will, I beg your pardon? Yes, we will recess until 5 o'clock. I would invite anyone who is attending the meeting tonight to come in and find a seat. And see if we have, there are some seats at the front and some at the rear there. Yeah, there are some seats right at the very front on this side. And some at the front here. Please come in and sit down if you're going to attend the meeting. There are some seats in the front there. Okay, it is slightly after 5 o'clock, 5:02, and I want to welcome everyone and thank you for coming tonight. This is an important public meeting, and we are always pleased to see our gallery filled. This meeting is to learn about a proposal to amend the land use planning permissions applying to certain lands in the municipality of Meaford. Council is legally required to make decisions that conform to the county and local official plans. Our policies encourage us to reach out to community stakeholders to gather information. We have a variety of legal tools available to us that we can apply to development to help us manage change in a positive manner with as minimal an impact as possible, and your insights can be part of what forms or informs our direction. Those in attendance for today's meeting will have an opportunity to speak in person or remotely if pre-registered through Zoom. This meeting is not structured as a dialogue between speakers and the applicant. However, the applicant may take the opportunity to respond to comments toward the end of the meeting if they wish. Note that in many cases, formulating responses actually may require staff to carry out research after the meeting on the matters raised and provide answers following the meeting or through their report to council. So I'll call this today's public meeting to order. It's a public meeting to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 245690 Side Road 22 in Meaford. This meeting is a mandatory part of the planning process, which has been set out by the Planning Act. Based on the rules of the Act, there must be at least 20 days' notice given to residents within 120 meters of the property. Notice of the zoning bylaw amendment was issued on June 23rd, 2026, giving the required 20 days' notice. So first of all, I'm going to call on Helena Fascinato, planner at the municipality of Meaford, to give us a brief presentation about this application to provide us with any public and agency comments that have been received to date. Helena?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Please move that microphone up really close.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's much better. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, so this is a zoning bylaw amendment application for a temporary use extension. So the purpose of this public meeting is to hear a presentation from planning staff with some of the details about the planning application, provide an opportunity for the applicant to speak on their behalf about their proposal, and to provide a forum for the public to comment on this proposal. So here are some details about the proposal. So on November 13th, 2023, a bylaw 2023-70 was passed, which rezoned a portion of the subject property to permit the following temporary uses. So a motor vehicle repair garage and accessory outdoor storage. So this temporary use is granted for a period of 3 years, and it will expire on November 13th, 2026, so November of this year. The applicant has requested an extension of the existing temporary use of the property for a further period of 3 years. And so here on the screen is a little bit more detail of the bylaw that was approved coming up on 3 years ago. So the temporary use is motor vehicle repair garage and outdoor storage accessory to the repair garage. The maximum amount of garage bays is 2, and the total permitted area of the temporary use is 4,200 square meters. The maximum number of vehicles on site to be serviced at one time is 10, and then an additional maximum number of parking spaces for customers and employees is 15. So the Planning Act legislative authority. So under the Planning Act, Section 39, a temporary use can be granted by a council of a municipality for any purposes otherwise prohibited by the zoning bylaw. So a temporary use bylaw must define the area where the use can occur and be for a maximum of 3 years. And council may grant further periods of not more than 3 years. So here are the subject lands on Side Road 22. And it is in an agricultural area. The surrounding lands are predominantly agricultural with some residential. And the lands are approximately 30 hectares in area. So the County of Grey official plan designates the lands as special agriculture and hazard lands. And the permitted uses in this area are agricultural in nature. And the county official plan, it's important to note that they only permit one extension of a temporary use bylaw. And then the Meaford official plan mirrors those policies of the county. So the designation is special agricultural and environmental protection. And the predominant use is agriculture and agricultural related uses. So here's a snippet of the zoning of the subject lands. So it's special agriculture and environmental protection. And if you can see it on the screen, the black square or shape is the permitted area for the temporary use on the property. And so the special agricultural area permits, once again, agricultural uses and those related uses, including home industries. And a home industry use cannot include a motor vehicle repair shop. The proposed uses are also outside of the EP environmental protection area of the property. So the zoning requested, so a portion of the lands were rezoned from special agriculture to special agricultural with a temporary use. So it's limited to the area identified on the map. And it's limited to 3 years, but could be extended on request, which is what the applicant has done. And here is a sketch from the original temporary use proposal. So this is what the applicant would like to continue to use. So there's an existing drive shed on the property, and then they've proposed a parking area as well. So here is where we are in the application process. So we've received the application, completed an initial review and deemed the application complete. So we're now at the public meeting stage. So following this, we'll take all the information from council, from members of the public, the applicant, and we'll complete our review and provide a recommendation to council in a staff report. And it's important to note that to follow our prescribed timelines, we will be bringing a recommendation report to council on July 27th. So we ask any members of the public to provide comments as soon as possible. So here's how to keep engaged in the process. So you can submit comments to planning@meaford.ca. And you can also make a request in writing to planning@meaford.ca to be notified of the decision rendered. And so that concludes the end of the presentation. We have received some comments to date, and I'll just summarize them now. So we have received comments from some members of the public, and they have been shared with council and will be addressed as part of the staff recommendation report. And to summarize, some comments expressed concerns about the business using more of the site than permitted, operating outside of business hours, and not complying with planning policies and bylaws. Written comments were also received in support of the business and of the temporary use extension. And that's a summary of the comments received so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. I understand the applicant, John Bolsink, is present today to speak about his application. John, yeah, do you want to step up to the microphone at the podium there, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councilors, everybody here. It's great to see everybody. It's been 3 long years. I'm not gonna lie, and it hasn't been very fun. I didn't think I'd be here for 3 years. I was promised that within these 3 years I'd have a new building, and it has not happened. We've had some struggles. We're working with the municipality diligently to try and work through, resolve, get a resolution for the problems. But in the meantime, we require a little more time, you know, so that we can move forward and get the new building built. Yeah, it's been hard for me. We have a lot of customers, a lot of people, to try and get customer service, to give the quality service that we used to have with a smaller facility, smaller footprint, all that kind of stuff. It's been really, really difficult. You know, trying to follow all the rules and trying to follow everything has been really, you know, it's been really stressful. It's been really tough, but we're making it work. You know, and with everybody's support and help, it's been pretty good. I mean, that's why we do it. There's so many great people in Meaford. It's pretty awesome. With respect to the neighbors and everything else, I've been adamant to my staff to be respectful to all the neighbors, and you know, we tried our best to keep noise down. You know, I mean, it's not always easy. I mean, my customers, they just drop stuff off. I have no real control of a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's a few too many vehicles there, but we have purchased a new facility in Owen Sound, and that's probably going to take quite a bit of heat off the Meaford one here. We have a lot of customers that come from over in Owen Sound. So we're working really hard to get that up and going. That's probably going to be open in about 2 weeks. Still waiting on a few things to get going there. So we definitely don't have enough room where we are. And I have my employees and they need some room to work. You know, we support quite a few people. We support quite a few customers and people to give them the service that they require and the service that they want. I mean, we do a lot of different service in a lot of regular shops. I mean, we do a lot of repair, we do engine rebuilds, transmission rebuilds, therefore turnaround times on vehicles is a little longer than most. We're not just doing replacements. You know, we do a wide variety of things, and it's tough to try and satisfy everybody. It's tough to try and satisfy, you know, we need to make money. We need to get our shop built. I mean, there's been hurdles and we're getting through them. You know, one big hurdle was, you know, everybody thought my shop, my old shop was contaminated. It all got dug up as if it was contaminated. In the end, it wasn't contaminated. Well, there was a big issue there. You know, just because things are an automotive shop doesn't mean they're contaminating everything. I mean, oil's not toxic. They actually put oil in they put petroleum in fertilizer, if you can believe that. And it's spread on fields, you know. So, you know, we do our best. If we have little spills from vehicles, we clean them up. We use oil dry, dispose of it. You know, we're busy working. It's hard to satisfy everybody, but you know, as far as the tires go, there's been a big change in January. As far as tire pickup and recycling, the government have stopped some funding on the recycling. I spoke with Paul Vickers, MPP. He's looking into solutions for that. I spoke with the tire recyclers, and there is a new recycler coming, but he won't be up and ready for a couple of months. All the shops in this area all have a backlog of tires, including the municipality. So, you know, a lot of this stuff's out of our control. You know, we can't just start dumping in ditches everywhere, and that's probably what's going to start happening if the government just doesn't start picking stuff up. I mean, everybody pays for recycling. It's not happening. But again, it's out of our control. We do our best. Yeah, I'm really hoping that when we get this new facility going, it'll take a lot of pressure off the 22 side road and maybe a lot of pressure off the neighbors there. As far as the road getting wrecked, the military uses the road now because the road across the top of the Hog's Back is closed. So the military comes around there every day. One afternoon, I counted 14 military vehicles, dump trucks, loaders, their patrol vehicles. Like, you see them all the time. You know, so it's not just Johnny B that wrecks the road. And the road was patched up in the front of our shop before we got there. Well, it's still patched up and hasn't been patched up any further. So I really don't feel that the whole road issue is our fault either. But yes, it's busier, so. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've been patient, I've been waiting, we've all been doing our due diligence to try and get this thing off the ground. You know, we're struggling with, there's a bunch of things that are going on that I can't talk about here, but it'll all come together in the end, I think. And I appreciate the municipality's support, appreciate all the friends and family and everybody's support, because I wouldn't be here without them. And if I didn't have this much support, I probably wouldn't even start this 3 years ago. But I appreciate everybody trying hard. I know it's difficult, but we'll get through it. And yeah, I'm still excited to have a new shop. And I think everybody else is too. Anyway, thanks, everybody.
Thank you, John. There have been pre-registrations to speak at this public meeting by members of the public. So first, I'm going to call to the microphone Dave and Kathy Wilcox.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
I just move the microphone down a bit, yes, and speak right up close to it.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay now?
Good, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to begin by introducing myself. I'm Dave Wilcox, and over here to my left is my wife Kathy. We live at 245-689 Side Road 22, which is directly across from the subject property. We were opposed to the initial rezoning, which granted Johnny B's a temporary 3-year permit to operate his business directly across the road. We are also opposed to this application for a 3-year extension. Our concerns are as follows. A heavy increase in the amount of traffic on Side Road 22. We requested a traffic count be done 3 years ago. I would like to know from the municipality if there has ever been a traffic count done. The number 2 issue is dangerous driving at the entrance to the business, as vehicles do not stop when exiting the driveway. We've seen many near collisions there, including me twice. Speeding vehicles on Side Road 22, that was also an issue 3 years ago. It was mentioned that maybe the speed limit on the side road be reduced to 70 kilometers an hour. I have not heard, I've seen anything like that. I don't know that that would really fix anything because the vehicles are doing at least 100 kilometers an hour. So what difference does it make if you reduce it by 10? And excessive noise and car alarms at all hours. There's noise coming from that place 24 hours a day. Car alarms, banging, carrying on. I know Johnny has a business to look after, but he also has business hours that he's supposed to operate between, and that is very much extended. At night, if I leave my windows open, sometimes I can't sleep because all I hear is banging and car alarms. And we live in a rural area, which we shouldn't have to put up with. One of my biggest concerns is contamination into the protected water course. It was mentioned years ago that water samples were going to be taken. Has council taken any, or has the municipality taken any water samples to see about contamination? We've heard nothing. Declining property values for all the budding landowners. That's a huge thing. You guys extend this another 3 years, that's 6 years where the value of everybody's property, a budding landowner's property is down. And if somebody wants to sell, well, you don't want to sell till after Johnny B's has moved away because your land value is going to increase immensely. And general non-compliance to all municipal bylaws. Examples of this are the number of vehicles on site in various states of repair and disrepair. They're supposed to have a maximum of 10 vehicles on site. I've counted up as many as 93 on site. And that's a lot more than 10. I don't know why he needs to have 93 vehicles on site in a special agricultural area, and many of those vehicles are outside of the permitted area. Tires being stored improperly outside. As far as I know, most people that have businesses, they have containers that the tires are stored in. These are just being stored outside and are an eyesore. And I've already mentioned operating outside of normal business hours. This is just a very generalized list of concerns, many of which were brought forward to council before the initial rezoning. We were very frustrated that some of these concerns have never been dealt with by the municipality. We really feel that the municipality has dropped the ball on this subject. And in closing, we hope that council will take some of this information into account when making their decisions on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second party to speak is Lynn Piercy.
My name is Lynn Piercy, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my husband and myself. We live right next door to Johnny B's and Extreme Excavating. Before I address council, I would really like to talk to Mr. Bullsink, the property owner, and those who support them. Please listen to what I have to say. I would not be standing here today fighting this extension if the rules had been followed. There are restrictions set out in that temporary rezoning, and they have just flaunted all of it. They obliterated the rules. Further, in addition, for the past 3 years, I've experienced an ongoing campaign of harassment and attempts to intimidate me. I served 22 years as a member of our Canadian Armed Forces. I'm not easily intimidated, but you can keep trying. Like this gentleman who was staring at me prior to the meeting, and this gentleman who just stands right behind us. You can tell me to go back to the city. You can dump your crap at the end of my driveway.
I just want to make a comment here. We really want to have
I'm just here to speak my piece, Mayor. I had a really nice, very polite, well-crafted speech written, but this note in my mailbox, am I allowed to say what it says on here in Chamber
no,
Council?
I would not, no. And what I'm saying is, in order to have a reasonable discussion of the application,
I need to discuss the escalating and ongoing harassment.
Okay, but can you do that in a way that you do not incite people to, because then we're going to have a riot and that's
Well,
not appropriate.
People have incited me. I'm here because you dump your crap at the end of my driveway. You tell me to go back to the city and call me a very nasty name. You honk your horn at midnight. You leave nasty notes in my mailbox and I'm not going to stop. So that's why I'm here. Because of no, you can't. This is my turn to speak.
But
You're hearing it, honey. This is why I'm here, because of your escalating harassment and intimidations and Mr. Bullsinks and the property owners disregard for any rules. So to Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor Cavini, members of the municipal staff and council, here's the nitty-gritty of what I've come to say. I have composed, but not yet sent, 28 emails to various county, provincial, and federal government entities and other groups. I have them in my drafts, environment ministers, health ministers, even their critics in opposition. I have 28 emails sitting there. Should you decide to extend the temporary rezoning by as much as 10 minutes, I will press send on all of that, and then I will submit my complaint to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I do have 3 other plans up my sleeve, but I won't use them. I call them nuclear options, and I don't want to go scorched earth if I don't, but I will not stop. And another thing, the property in question must be cleaned up and have clean water and soil samples by midnight on November 13th. I will not stop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Greg Earhart.
Everybody gets to say what they need to say. Mr. Mayor, before I start, I have worked very hard on my presentation, and I know that you have a 5-minute limit.
Sorry?
You have a 5-minute limit on presentations. If I go 30 seconds over, would you indulge me?
For 30 seconds, of course I would. I think
Okay.
we've indulged.
I
people already, so.
appreciate that very much. I just wanted to make that clear first, because it is a very important subject, as you know. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm here on behalf of John Bolsink to express my support for his efforts to complete the rebuilding of Johnny B's Auto and return his business to its longtime home in Meaford. 3 years ago, Johnny B's Auto was devastated by a fire. It was a tragic day for John, his family, his employees, and our entire community. Johnny B's has served the Meaford community faithfully for many years, earned the trust and loyalty of countless customers. For many of us, John was more than just a mechanic. He was someone we relied on to keep our families safely on the road. Following the fire, the community rallied around John. Council members, mayor, local businesses, residents, and surrounding communities all expressed their support and their desire to see Johnny's rebuilt. There was a shared belief that this important local business belonged in Meaford and should return as soon as possible. Unfortunately, 3 years later, that goal has still not been achieved. Johnny has invested substantial time and money into this project. Professional engineers have prepared plans, contractors have completed work. The building foundation's been in place for over a year. Structural steel is ready to be erected. Yet another permit is still required before construction can proceed. So the question in many people in this community in their minds is simple. Why has this process taken so long? The challenge has been continuity within the building department, I'm sure. Over the past 3 years, Meaford has experienced turnover in the senior administration and in building leadership.
Every transition inevitably requires new staff to become familiar with existing files, reviewing previous decisions, and ensuring compliance with acceptable and applicable legislation. While that is understandable, applicants should not bear the cost of unnecessary delays resulting from organizational change. Large commercial projects are complex. They often require revisions, technical reviews, and compliance with Ontario Building Code, and no one disputes that. However, every requested revision results in additional engineering work, additional costs, additional time. When reviews extend over months rather than weeks, these costs continue to grow. Inflation has increased construction costs dramatically over the past 4 years. Delays make rebuilding significantly more expensive for any business owner. I'm sorry. John has shown remarkable patience throughout this process. He's asked for and received council's approval to temporarily relocate his business on concession 22 so he could continue serving his customers while rebuilding was underway. At that time, everyone understood that it was intended to be a temporary solution, not a permanent one. So today, 3 years later, Johnny B's Auto remains in a temporary location. Why? Well, the situation affects more than one person. It affects his employees, it affects his customers, it affects the nearby residents. Every successful small business contributes jobs, tax revenue, economic activity, and community stability. Helping an established local business return to its permanent location benefits everyone. So I'm not here to criticize municipal staff. I recognize they have demanding jobs and must ensure every project complies with applicable legislation. But what I'm asking for is accountability, communication, and a sense of urgency. If there are outstanding deficiencies, let John know exactly what they are. If additional information is required, provide a checklist. If timelines can be established, communicate them with them. Most importantly, assign someone to shepherd this file from beginning to completion so it does not continue to stall as responsibilities shift between departments or personnel or even the municipal election. Council has the opportunity to demonstrate that Meaford supports local business. This is not asking about special treatment. It's about ensuring that respectful business owners who have worked in good faith for the last 3 years receive fair, efficient, and timely service. As we approach another municipal election, I believe residents will be watching closely to see how council supports businesses that choose to invest in our community. John's ready. The contractor's ready. His building materials are ready. His customers are waiting. Now it's time for this approval process to move forward. Excuse me. I respectfully ask council to direct staff to make this project a priority, identify any remaining requirements, establish a clear path forward for permit approval, and to help bring Johnny's Bees back to where it belongs in the town of Meaford. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Michelle Whitmer. Okay. Please. Yep. Is Michelle Whitmore here? Yes. Okay. Just while you're getting ready to take the mic there, I'm just going to share with you that, members of council and staff are coming to this meeting with an open mind and to hear from the public, both those who are in favor and those who are not. And no decision is going to be made tonight. So be aware of that, please. Go ahead, Michelle.
Mayor, council, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Whitmore, a friend and a business associate associate of John Bolsink and of Johnny B's Auto. Thank you for having me here today. I wish to speak to you about hardship. Due to the fire in May of 2023, the family business known as Johnny B's has had to deal with stress, causing health issues and undue financial hardships that they have faced due to not being able to rebuild for the last 3 years. I would like to remind everyone that they have faced many refusals for rebuilding. They have submitted and planned on rebuilding since the day the fire happened. But due to circumstances beyond their control, they are still waiting on approval. With the generosity of a customer and a friend, a place was found for a temporary solution. With the support of the township variance, they were able to retain partial business while awaiting a building permit. They were requesting an additional variance to sustain some income for their family and employees. This variance would be for an additional 3 years if accepted by council. I would like for the mayor to understand the losses are still happening to this small business. They cannot have their ONVIC license, which allows buying and selling of cars. The body shop for repairs is not available due to the temporary location. The business is struggling financially, losing approximately 50% of their business revenue. It's only covering cost. They are unable to satisfy their customers' base due to so many limitations. This small business has always been compliant with rules, regulations, government policies, and procedures. As with any business, they are licensed requirements. Examples are EASER, which is the environmental, ONVIC for used cars, drive on so they can do a safety on your car, tire stewardship, business licenses. These are all things that they have to pay and maintain with or without a solid site. There is only a temporary trailer for office space and no room to grow from this location. The bottom line is they require their new permit for rebuild, or they require this location for longer term, or the financial hardship will cause more tragedy than the fire itself. People will be out of work with nowhere to go. A family, a solid family in this community needs the compassion of this council to accept this as a need to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, I'm going to call on Ken Jolly.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ken Jolly, and I'm here not as Johnny's friend, but myself, because I'm a customer and I'm a business owner, and I need my mechanic. Just like thousands of other customers and other businesses rely on him. The local economy is intertwined in having reliable vehicles to run our businesses, to get to and from work. Not approving this extension has huge economic recourse with the entire community and would devastate the Bolsinks. We all know what we are here to discuss, but do we know why? Why are the Bolsinks still operating on Side Road 22? They don't want to be there. Some of the neighbors don't want them there. Their customers don't want them there, but yet they're stuck there. The Bolsinks have done everything that they can be done not to be there. The site plan was done years ago. An engineered steel building sits on the Highway 26 site, ready to be erected, and has been there for quite some time. A concrete foundation was approved, sits ready. No building permits, no way to leave Side Road 22 and let the neighborhood go back to normal. So why in 3 years, 1 month, 19 days does he not have a permit? Does bureaucracy really take this long? Is the town really trying all that hard to remedy the situation? Everyone would be happier if he wasn't there. So here we are asking for an extension for the both sinks to be where no one wants them to be, where they don't want to be, all because they are still waiting for a building permit. Now I'm aware of the Say No to Johnny B petition from the neighbors who don't want the bull sinks on Side Road 22. To the organizers of the petition, you do know the bull sinks are on the same, you and the bull sinks are on the same side. You could be allies. You could be helping each other get him back to where he should be. Have you ever asked the town why they're taking so long with the permits? I understand that temporary zoning for this property had a timeline on it. And when it was first granted, it should have been tons of time to get permits, to get the build done. But with it soon expiring, it's only logical to grant an extension, since the town is the only reason he is still there. The site plan done, engineered building done, foundation ready. Unfortunately, there will be a few people that don't like this decision. And yes, your opinions matter. However, you are few. And we are many that need Johnny B. He is our mechanic. He keeps several thousand people on the road. He keeps many businesses going without him, the whole town suffers. Many businesses, excuse me, I'm talking. There are many people that need Johnny B. He is our mechanic. He keeps several thousand people on the road. He keeps many businesses going without him, the whole town suffers. Many businesses will suffer, the whole community will suffer. Unfortunately, for the few, the greater good for the community is granting the extension. Democracy says there's only one choice. Logic says there's only one choice. So the town council, you have one choice to make. Approve the extension, and the extension should remain in place until he has a permit and can move forward and get back to his place on Highway 26 where everyone wants him to be. Thank you.
Yes, well, I did call you, but anyway. Yes, okay. No, you go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Kathy Wilcox. I live across the road from Johnny B's. So my question is, it was a 3-year term. My question to everybody here that hates our guts and calls us horrible names and leaves dead things in our mailboxes. Those people, I'd like to ask, when did it become aware to Johnny that this meeting was coming up? Last week or 3 years ago? Because he's had a lot of opportunity to make some actions to assist himself. In that interim, he knew these permits were being denied. So what did he do a year ago when they were being denied? Anything? No, he just waited for today, right? So my concerns are, I see so many people walking up and down the side road. They're walking, they're coming to a halt. There were people, 3 people on the road the other night, and a woman screaming at her children to stop because they were coming and someone's flying out of Johnny B's. And John, it's not you that's doing the driving. I'm not saying that, but people are asking for respect, but what about us? What about any health issues that we have? What about our hardships that we have? Our health, our finances, we don't feel, this is a horrible situation for everyone to be in. And if you refer back to 3 years ago, I said this and stressed it, that it was a situation for council, and it still is. So we're not here screwing around with anybody, and we're not hoping somebody does that to us, but there is dog shit and a dead bird left in my mailbox. And my poor neighbor here with the most recent spelling of C-U-N-T go back to Toronto on a slip of paper that my husband and I delivered to everybody's mailboxes to say, come and help us out. Because there are walkers and joggers and bikers and hikers and kids on ATVs and golf carts. And I was almost struck 3 times in front of my mailbox in the same day, right there. So I don't know what else to say. We're not trying to pick on anyone, and just like stop the nonsense going on across the road from us. This is horrible. for all of us. Everybody has health issues. Everybody has their finances. Nobody feels like anyone's being horrible, except I would say the posse that showed up 3 years ago, and those of which the posse are here again. Some of you know, some of you are great to deal with. Others, it's just a lynch mob. And as the mayor said earlier, if it doesn't settle down, it's going to become that. And I also am not afraid and intimidated. So if you're going to pull that nonsense, Lynn and her husband have my support as well as my husband's. So we're on speed dial for each other. Something happens, I'll be over. And so will my husband and our little itty bitty dog, who now has to be fearful of a huge Rottweiler that was across the road from Johnny B's the other night. And I don't know why the man was there. I asked him what he was getting paid because my suspicions were he was hired as security, because I've never seen the man or that dog ever before. So now there's OPP involvement. And at the OPP showed up and said, oh, by the way, you told them you're not a police, or you're a police officer. I said, yes, I am. Well, no, you retired. I said, no, somehow I missed my party. So I am an active officer. So anybody, in case you need me at any point, so I'll be there to assist Lynn as well for any issues in that regard. And if she needs any protection, I'll be there before probably my brothers in blue show up. But I don't know what else to say other than, John, I really feel bad for you. I just really do. So I thank you.
It's my duty to also inquire if there's anyone who didn't pre-register who would like to take the microphone and state their views. Go ahead. Please give us your name and address. And
Absolutely. Hi, my name's Tim Wallace. Me and my beautiful wife moved here recently, about a year and a half ago. And we came under the worst thing possible, obviously car trouble. And I know there's a lot of tensions high. I know a lot of people care. And I think there's a lot of passion. And I think there's passion because there's a good man over here. There's a guy who is the reason I've been able to work, feed my family. I've seen him put roofs over people's houses. I've seen him jump through hoops with you guys and with everybody else. And it's always for the good. And so all I ask here is let's put the shame aside. Let's put away whatever we're holding in that has stopped whatever silly building permits stops a man that does this much good for a community. I can't believe paper gets in the way of that. And I know there's some good shops around, but the amount of lengths he's gone through, in the trouble he's been through, I couldn't ask more. Please give him his permits. Please let him keep working, because it's people around here trying to get by.
What I can say is that this meeting is not about his permit. It is about the application to extend the use of the land. But I will ask CAO Everett, do you wish to respond to the concerns about the permit at all? Is there anything you can say tonight?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as far as the permit, I believe that is with the planning department as well as the building department. And that process is underway and has been for quite some time. So.
Okay. I have to ask council if you have any questions for anyone. Sorry. Oh, do you wish to speak?
I do.
Well, please go ahead. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought I had everyone who had registered and asked for anyone who hadn't.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. My name is John Greer. I'm a former resident of Meaford. Several people in the chamber here know me, have known me since my family moved here in 2016. I have to say that I'm a car guy, and people come to me for guidance and advice, including my family and friends. I have recommended, and people have come and had service performed at the former location and also at the current location. And they come from downtown Toronto to get work done here. There is a reason why, after having the tragic loss of that facility, that people continue to seek out Johnny B and his cadre of mechanics. And it's because there's tremendous value, but there's also, someone mentioned it, a sense of urgency. As I sat here and listened, I thought about what my wife experienced in December. Ice storm, an infant, a 4-year-old, our daughter, and my wife in her vehicle, and the driver's window goes down and won't go back up. On the way to the airport, imagine her horror having to deal with that. And the infant was 4 months old. Turn around, go to Johnny B's. He stopped everything he was doing, disassembled the door, took the window out, broken cables inside, clamped it all in with a pair of vice grips. And in less than 20 minutes, my wife was on her way and still dead. I support the business regardless of where it's located. I'd love to see him be able to pursue the growth of the business. But I have to tell you, if you don't already know, the service he provides, like many other services in the town of Meaford, it's a metaphor for why I came here. This is a fabulous community, and I hope you make a decision to continue to support a business like John's. And while I'm here, I want to say congratulations to you on making that newly renovated park down by the harbor. You've got some really happy campers down there. That's a great decision to do that. So good on you.
Could we get your name before you leave the microphone? I don't think we got it there.
John Greer.
Oh, yeah.
I live in
thank you.
Thornbury now.
Thank you, John. Thank you. So, members of council, do you have questions of anyone? Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll be brief. I'll be brief. I'm Andrea Wallace. That would be wife to Timothy Wallace that spoke earlier. We are fairly new to Meaford, so a lot of the hubbub we haven't heard about and just coming into it now. I wanted to speak to you on my side of things where really I just stay at home with the kids, but very much my vehicle is almost like a third person in my marriage. If that vehicle isn't working, my family with my 3 kids can't be successful. I really can't do what I need to do with them at home if he is not providing financially what I need to do it. Not only that, we have had so many vehicle troubles, countless since we've been here, and the effect that that has on my family and our, like, not only financially, but our mindset when our vehicle isn't working, knowing that we're going to struggle to provide is something that if you haven't gone through it, I can't explain to you. It is terrifying. But one thing that has been saving during all of that is the relationship that my husband has built with Johnny B's in such a short period of time. He is able to take his vehicle there. He is able to get peace of mind, even without getting his vehicle fixed that day, and be able to come home and have a successful night with the family. That is so, so, so important to me. If that is gone, if that is lost, I will not have that. I might have to consider leaving. In terms of the residents, I am a mom at home with my kids all day. I can only imagine how annoying that can be for you. I think that the best force of all of that anger and all of that ability that you guys have down that on that street should be put into putting him where he wants to be and where you don't want him to be. Nobody wants him to be there. I don't care personally because I don't live there, but I can understand how that can really, really affect you. And I see how much power is down on that street to make change happen. I think if you can think realistically, a little peaceful, that maybe together something better can happen. While you're thinking about that, obviously you guys are all gonna get really, really angry at 10 cars being above, but think about it from, again, a realistic standpoint. That is not possible. When was the last time you went to a successful auto shop with less than 10 cars there?
There's 90. The restriction was 25.
I appreciate you for that comment. Thank you. Again, we would still have that fight if there were 11 cars there. So again, I applaud their success and their ability to have those cars. I know that some of the parts that have come from my car at cheaper rates have been from some of those sitting cars. And I appreciate that because those rates are coming at a price that I can afford. Anything else, I cannot afford it. I cannot survive. So please let Johnny B stay. And I think someone mentioned before, let him stay and continue the fight to go back. That's what he's trying to do. He's not fighting to stay. Let him stay so he can continue to fight to go back and be out of your hair. And I'm sorry that the people are putting things in your mailbox. We all know that's not Johnny B's. I would hate for people to be upset about things that I run a small day home, so I've got kids running through. If those kids in my care were doing terrible, terrible things, I would hate to be held personally accountable for it.
Can we just get your name for the record?
Oh, Andrea Wallace.
Okay, thank you.
Andrea Wallace.
Thank you. So we're just a few minutes away from 6 o'clock, so I'm going to ask, is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak to the matter? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, council, do we have questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question and I will get to it, but I just want to start by thanking everyone for being here. I know this is a very emotional issue, and as council, we are grateful to hear all of your comments and to allow us to have that information as we go forward with a decision on this extension. But I think I can speak for all of us in saying that May 25th, 3 years ago, was a devastating day in this community when that fire happened. It was horrible, and everybody's heart went out to John and his family, and it was just an awful thing that happened. And the people that were working in the shop and depended on the shop for their livelihoods, and the people whose cars were there and lost their cars, and just so many terrible things that were a result of that fire. So just know that that is a day that will never be forgotten in this community. But I just wanted to come back and ask John a question, if I may, Mr. Mayor. John, you mentioned, is it okay if I ask John to come back to the podium?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, John. When you first spoke, you mentioned about buying a property in Owen Sound.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you could give council and everyone present a little bit more clarity about, because we've heard about the number of cars on the lot, and we understand that that is a concern for the neighbors. Can you share with us, in your mind, as you work through the process of moving a piece of your business to Owen Sound, what impact that is likely to have on the number of cars remaining on your lot going forward?
Yes, we purchased the property in Owen Sound. Therefore we can, the idea was to get our business back up and running, maybe closer to its full potential, and not have backlog here at the shop in Meaford. It's the only way to, really try to deal with things. To some of the vehicles that we need to work on, it's tough to do it in the shop that we're at now. And, customers have been very patient, this and that. All those vehicles there aren't mine. Some of them are related to the farm that's there, this and that. So, there's a few vehicles, whatever, but probably a fair amount. We're thinking probably like, maybe 50% of it's going to go to Owen Sound. We have employees there. That's a 6-bay shop there. We'll be able to do the turnaround times a lot better there than we can here. And that was the whole idea behind it, just so we can service our customers a little bit better. And we have quite a few customers that are kind of living over that way, and they're ecstatic about that. They don't have to come so far now, so it's good. yeah, we're just in the process of fixing that place up and giving it a nice facelift and, you know, we're doing a lot. It's gonna look really good. And, yeah, well, we had to carry a fair chunk of the business over there.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo Deputy Mayor and thank everyone for coming out. Obviously contentious issues bring emotions and not a lot of fun. So just a question and a comment. The question is, so if permits were you were ready to go.
Yeah.
How long would it take you to actually be back in your old location?
1 year
It would take you 1 year?
to build it, maybe a
Okay.
little less.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
all my contractors have been very good and they're ready to rock and roll. And they said they'll work exceptionally hard. I mean, the foundation's in, that part was the hard part. That's in there. The metal building's ready. Everything's ready. If we get the go ahead, it could happen very quick.
Good. And the comment is, I'm sorry if there's any reflection on you, sort of some of the stuff that's happening that's superfluous, because and again, people could disagree, but there shouldn't be the harassment. There shouldn't be literally things happening that sound like they're happening. And I know it's not you, and I hope that people can be a little bit more respectful, because we all want to see you get back to where you should be. And there are ways to do that without being less than professional.
Yep, 100%. No, we always try to be 100% professional. I tell my staff to do that as well. And that's all I can ask for. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on council wish to ask John anything? Okay, well, thank you again, John.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank everyone for attending this meeting and sharing your thoughts on this application. This matter will now be referred back to Development Services to follow up on any additional information required from the applicant based on the matters that were raised tonight. Once staff are satisfied that they have all the necessary information needed to provide a recommendation on the application, a detailed planning report will be brought back to council to assist us in our decision-making. This report will evaluate how the proposal does or does not satisfy the provincial, county, and municipal policies that must be considered as part of council's decision. It will also explore the various public and agency comments received regarding the application, noting those tools which may be applied in order to address concerns raised and to mitigate potential impacts on nearby properties. And I just want to remind you, if you would like to receive notice of a future decision on this file, please provide your contact information to the Planning Services Division by email, and the address is planning@meaford.ca. That's all lowercase, planning@meaford.ca. And with that, again, thank you for your attendance. Thank you for allowing us to have a civil conversation, and I'll declare this meeting adjourned. Well, good evening, everyone. We're back in session. We had our 5 o'clock public planning meeting with an absolutely packed gallery, and we've concluded that. And so we're going to resume our council meeting and finish it. But first, I have to find where we left off. So just give me 1 second. So on the agenda, we are on item 11, councillor motions. Is there any notice of motion tonight? Okay, as we have one motion for decision, and it's by Councillor Greenfield. Would you like to present your motion?
Yes, your worship, thank you. I would like to move the motion.
Yeah, and so if you read it, and we'll get a seconder for it. Is that all right? Is that the order of?
Yes. Yes. I will move it, but I can't present it until I get a seconder, can I?
No, I think you can present it, and then we get a seconder for the motion. Nobody may second it. So,
Thank
okay.
you. Yes, I'll read it, your worship. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Meaford appreciate the presentation of June 22nd, 2026 by the Escarpment Corridor Alliance and the suggestions expressed. Therefore, be it resolved that Council recognizes the importance of broad ecological connectivity as a foundation of resilient growth, ecosystem services, and climate resilience. And the council acknowledges that land within the municipality form part of an emerging and connected ecological corridor across the southern Georgian Bay region. And that the municipality continue to promote natural heritage preservation and protect the municipality's ecological systems through its decisions on land use, conservation, development, and infrastructure matters in accordance with our own Meaford official plan.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Euring, thank you. You want to speak to it, Councillor Greenfield?
Well, thanks. Hopefully it's fairly self-explanatory. I just want to mention that people who live here, whether they've been here for a long time or a short time, visitors, regardless, often say they're attracted by our natural surroundings, our natural beauty, Georgian Bay, the many hills, valleys, and many of the hills in our municipality are shaped around the Niagara Escarpment. I didn't realize that the Niagara Escarpment starts near Rochester, New York, and goes up through Ontario, dips down below the water at Tubbamurray, the end of the Bruce, and then comes up again, goes across Manitoulin Island to Sault Ste. Marie, goes westward through northern Michigan, and then starts to cut back down south near Green Bay, Wisconsin. It actually terminates not that far north of the city of Chicago. So it's quite a structure. I've been with us for over 400 and some million years, and I'm hoping we can maintain it for that many more. So I like to think that the municipality of Meaford will do its part in protecting and preserving this ecological beauty that we have with us. Thank you.
Any questions? Or I'm just going to call the vote then. All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Harley, I was wondering, just thinking kind of through the course of today, how to maybe give this a little more teeth. And a thought that popped into my head while just kind of going through the day today was to add another that line that basically directs staff to include a natural heritage impacts section on staff reports. Because that way I think that could help us contextualize all of our future decision making. We do financial impacts, and then it at least gives us the opportunity to consider what the natural heritage impacts are of decisions that we're making. And I don't know if that's something that would best fit in a motion like this, or perhaps in some other motion or bylaw, but I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that as a way to implement it.
I'm not opposed to having that additional clause.
And so, are you going to speak to the side or second it? Go ahead then, Councillor Bell.
Thanks to Councillor Greenfield. So the group that's been formed fairly recently, and do you know what they do with the farmland that they get? Do they take it out of production just to turn it into natural environment, or do they allow agriculture to continue? Do you know?
As I understand, their direction is to work with agriculture to be more not just protective, but more preservation for ag lands, to help influence how agricultural production can continue successfully, and protect the environment also. Now, I don't think they're anti-fertilizer or anti-spray. I don't think that's the type of thing they're into. I think they're just more into new initiatives, and I mean, there's new stuff out there in agriculture all the time too. New ideas, new incentives, and I think that's what they're looking for. I don't think they're looking to take 20 hectares of protective soybean corn producing land and planted trees. If indeed there was, I guess the owner of that property no longer wanted to produce agricultural products, they'd be interested in an alternative. But I don't see that. To be quite like I'm not a member of the advocacy group. I can only kind of relate what I've read about them, but I think in today's world where we're losing 320 acres of agricultural land a day, the last thing we want to do is restrict ag practices. But my opinion.
Can I just ask, if I may, because I missed the presentation personally, but I thought this had to do partly with maintaining the corridors that are used by wildlife. Is that a different organization?
Yeah, I can speak to that, just having had like past interactions with the organization, though not a member. So there's kind of two organizations that are operating in our area that have very similar names. There's the Escarpment Biosphere Conservancy and the Escarpment Corridor Alliance. this one being the Escarpment Corridor Alliance. And kind of similarly, they kind of look at things as a land conservancy, and they do own land and have greater degrees of protections on the land that they own. But they sort of their main drive is to basically try to map out areas of protected land, whether it's land they own themselves or a municipality owns, or it's already a conservation area or something like that. And while those individual pockets of land are useful for wildlife and other forms of natural heritage, their function for wildlife is limited unless they are connected to other protected areas. Because if deer in the whole area are going to do well, they're going to move between different conservation areas, but they need a way to get there. And so that's what this organization is looking at. So that might be, okay, well, if, we're redeveloping something, how can we make sure that there, is preserved woodlot at the back so that animals can still continue to move across it? Or if you're, redesigning or working agricultural land, how do you keep your hedgerow in good condition, and maybe consider not getting rid of it so that there continues to be corridors and channels for wildlife to move through. And that's sort of the biggest sort of conceptual goal, is I've understood it directly from the CEO.
Councillor Yurg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Councillor Ennis, I agree in principle with your additional that. My question, I guess, is, and probably to the CAO, is are we equipped to do that? Because at the end of the day, a lot of the environmental processes are specialized. And I just want to make sure that if we're going to do something like that, how does that impact staff, A, workload, B, cost? Because if we're now having to go out and get consultants to do and maybe rubber stamp everything that's kind of happening in conjunction with that, that puts a different wrinkle on it. So I'll kind of leave that one to Mr. Everett.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, I would agree. And it's not so much the resourcing. I would say we want to be careful of having those types of headers within our reports and presupposing the planning process, right? Because the planning process is going to require potentially a natural heritage study. So if that's going to be part of the process, I think there's ways that we can strengthen that requirement. But it would be worrisome for me to think that every report's going to have it. We can identify it as, yeah, we think that there may be some natural impact, but I think the planning process is the process that directs that, and quite frankly, puts the cost on the applicant to do that study, because it's not something that the municipality should have to bear the cost of on behalf of the taxpayers, when the planning process would actually have the applicant get that consultant to do that work as part of their application.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So that's my major concern. You have property and your neighbor's got property, and you have things that are transpiring and wildlife that are moving. And then all of a sudden you come in and you want to do a building somewhere and put a shed up for a house your combine. And then you find out that somebody somewhere else that doesn't even live here has made a decree on your property and it's got a listing on it that you can't even do anything with it. The prime example of that is ANSI. All of a sudden you go and you make an application, you find out that somebody down in Toronto has sat at a computer screen, multiplied things up and said, oh, gee, look at that. That'd be a great thing. They'll make it an ANSI and you can't even do anything. It's your own bush. So this is the problem that I have with groups that come that say you're going to take this property and you're going to take it. What are you going to do with it? Councillor Urick and Grace Sobel, we've heard so many times about if you have a wetland, what it used to be for a farmer to do the agriculture and how close they could get. And they've changed that now. So actually the farmer can recuperate more land because land is so important to have to put into the food chain. So we've seen that kind of thing. There's other groups that exist that if a farmer ever signs on with them, they have lost the right to even go on the land. And I don't want to name that name in this council meeting, but that's what happens. They come to the farm and they say, wouldn't you like to do this? And this is all great. It sounds all lovely. They just signed it away. And so that's my reservation on it. Now, this council will remember what I clearly told that group when they came here. I told them, if they can help us with what we're doing with the major changes in gray stubble conservation, I told them, power to them to help us to do that. But this saying that we're going to embrace that, to me, it just makes another level of a hidden bureaucracy that can hit somebody that owns. We've had some farmers here this afternoon that have got tens of thousands of acres, and he's sat in that back row. Biggest farmer we've got in Sydenham Township. Okay. And I don't want to see him someday, or someone like him, make an application and go, where in the heck did this come from? And we've done it. So I'm a little reserved on this. My fellow Forder, Councillor Forder, knows that I care about sustainability and I care about our environment. But to me, whose fingers are in whose pie and how deep do they go? So I'm a little reserved on it. That's all.
Okay, are we ready to entertain the question? All in favor? All right, of the motion as presented, yes. Yeah, I myself have just changed my mind as a result of what Councillor Bell has said here, so go
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor, if I may, I'm wondering if we have enough information at this point in time to make a decision on this motion, or if we need to understand a little bit more about the intentions of the alliance in terms of, because I appreciate Councillor Bell's comments, and we would not want to do that to any of our existing landowners, particularly if they're working the land. So do we need to go back to the alliance and request a further understanding of what terms and restrictions they would place on lands?
Councillor Ennis?
Sure, thank you. In the conversation I had after the presentation, we discussed the desire, because I was just curious to learn more about how they intend to work with the agricultural community. So perhaps it would be worthwhile to invite them back to give a presentation on that aspect specifically. I'm pretty sure that they're still kind of in the early fledgling stages of that program, but perhaps we could kind of start that conversation to make sure that it's something we would be comfortable with. And then if we in our community are comfortable with it, then we could support it more strongly or not if we're not comfortable.
So there's a couple of ways to come at this, to defer, or I just wondered, do you want to withdraw the motion until we have that conversation with the organization, or do you want to let it, or would you be willing to have it deferred until we hear from it? And I'm going to get some direction from the clerk, which will be much more.
No, thank you, Your Worship. My suggestion might actually be to postpone the motion because we can put a reason in there and then that gives staff a direction to go and see if they will present again to the comment rather than trying to get formal direction to go and ask them separately. So if we postpone to allow time until such time as they are invited and we can deal with it that way, I would maybe suggest.
So over to you, Councillor Greenfield.
Yeah, that's fine if we want to postpone any decision until staff gets more direction. I don't know. To me, it seems fairly straightforward. Do we want to conserve, protect what we've got? And I really have my doubts if this council is really all that concerned in it. And that disappoints me big time. To me, this is fairly straightforward. This is trying to preserve something for my grandkids, for your grandkids.
Okay, I'm sorry that, so I'm I'm in a corner here. Well, and I'll undertake to make sure that we come back to this and get the information that we can make maybe a little more qualified judgment on. So moving on, and thank you for helping us there. Adoption of minutes. We've got the recommendation that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on June 17th, 2026, June 22nd, 2026, and June 29th, 2026, and the closed meetings held on June 17, 2026, and June 29, 2026. A mover and a seconder, Councilor Urick and Deputy Mayor. Is there any discussion? I'll call a vote. All in favor? Accepting those minutes. Thank you. That was unanimous. The communications reports, there are a number of them there. Anyone wish to bring any of these forward to discuss in any way? Councillor Urick?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure about the actual A, B, and C, but D on the correspondence list, I just have one thing.
Sorry?
I don't have anything on A, B, or C, but I do have something on the correspondence list under D.
Oh, okay. Well, if that would be great, please bring it forward then.
Okay. On the correspondence list, it would be, if anybody has that pulled up, it's page 71. It's just Peterborough County. Interesting one that because they brought forward a motion that where the province of Ontario shifted responsibility of the municipal election voters list from MPAC to Elections Ontario by amending the Municipal Elections Act. Their concern is that many of the elector lists presented by Elections Ontario have discrepancies in voter counts from the 2022 municipal election, specifically in the number of eligible non-resident property owners, which are significantly lower than the 22 numbers. So what the recommendation is that they're urging the province of Ontario to immediately encourage prioritization of the review of data specifically related to non-resident property owners to ensure voter lists are as accurate as possible prior to August 14th. We all want to see accurate voter lists, and I just thought supporting that motion would be an easy one to do. So I'm putting forth that request.
Thank you. Do we need a motion to endorse that motion? Is that what I need?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, if we have a mover and a seconder to
Yes,
support that
we've got,
motion, then
and I suggested this to Councillor Urick. This is a very important thing in my mind. If the province has lost us a lot of potential voters in the election, we need them to fix that problem. So is there a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on this? All in favor of the motion? And that any opposed? That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Urick. Anyone else? Anything on the communications list? If not, we are ready to go into a closed session. And the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 6:40 p.m. Number one, 2 items regarding a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or a local board, and that is under the Open Meeting Exemption K, Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, respecting the Meaford Harbor dredging and a TC Energy pre-development agreement with the CAO, the clerk, deputy CAO and director of corporate services, the director of community services, and manager of Memorial Park, cemeteries, and harbor in attendance. And 2, 1 item regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. That's under Open Meeting Exemption B of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, respecting an HR matter with the CAO, the clerk, the deputy CAO, and director of corporate services in attendance. And we will be back following this meeting to report out on it. All right, reporting out at 8:21 PM on our closed session. Council met in closed session and discussed two different items related to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and with direction provided to staff on both of those items. Also, one item related regarding personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, with no direction provided to staff. Now we have a confirming bylaw. The recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2026-56, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Bell and Councillor Ennis, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. And with that, we can finally conclude today's meeting.